I met a gypsy.
Casey Stoner, welcome to Gypsy Tales podcast. Been waiting a while to say that, and we've done well today. Round of golf this morning. You shoot your lowest round ever. Then we have a great lunch at Palm Springs here on the Gold Coast. Now in for the podcast, and then a brand new 450 waiting to be picked up. We've waited for the right day.
We have waited for the right day, and it's and what a day as well. It with all this bad weather that's been around us, it turned it on for us today for sure. So
75 on the cards today, 3 over, even through the first 9. Pretty impressive round of golf, and with all the
pretty impressive choke as well on the second last hole.
I think it was probably your playing partner was probably just bringing you down. The vibe. I think it was the vibe.
I started trying to follow you a little bit too much.
Yeah. That we can say that, but it's funny. We had the group chat going with Jet and Hunter. There's a young crop of riders in Formula One, in the MotoGP guys, the AMA motocross and supercross. I feel like they would all get walked around by your boy over here.
I don't think so. I think on any given day, golf is generally the winner. That's one thing with sport. I don't think anybody has ever defeated golf. Because it's too hard to be perfect. It's too hard to get everything right all the time, and if your body's not right and a little bit of timing's off, then things get very, very tricky. So it's a game of millimeters. By the time you hit the club face, and then by the time it's 200-300 yards down there, all of a sudden it's not millimeters, it's meters in the wrong direction. So it's it's a tricky game, but it's something I think seems to be a growing sport as much as people say it's not. There's a lot more people that I know of playing it at a much younger age, and like you said, there's a young crop of drivers, riders, everything that seems to be going out there and enjoying it. And between races, what better thing is there to do, really? Yeah, a lot like low impact, and then obviously like the challenging aspect of it. It was actually one thing I didn't know where exactly we should start with the podcast, but maybe this is like probably a good launch off point. Is you go from like I just can relate to your brain, so like we're real similar in the way that we think about certain things and the way that we can enjoy certain things. And I was thinking about it last night that you go from like one of the gnarliest sports like I don't think there's anything that you can do that's much crazier than MotoGP. And then from that you go to golf and you find but I think it's like an easy juxtaposition to make, but they're so much more similar with the way that you look at everything. So it's almost like take out the craziness and the adrenaline side of the MotoGP shit, and there's just technical information, and there's angles, and there's millimeters, there's precision, there's so much that like I know that your brain can like dive into, and then there's like the repetition that you can get, and it's just like every time is just like thousandths better, instead of like that corner was this or these big chunks. It's like you just enjoy the nuances of things. So to go from MotoGP to being super into golf, it might seem like this crazy transition from the outside, but with me, like knowing how you look at things, I'm like, this is actually perfect. Like it's the same thing. It gives me, for me, the best part about golf is that there's no way, like I said, there's no way to ever beat golf. Yeah. There's no way to be perfect. And it's one thing that I was a big believer in MotoGP that other people aren't. People throw around the word perfect too much, or I couldn't do that any better. It's like, well, you could actually. The setup can always be better. You can always brake a little later. You can always get the bike to turn a little more, pick it up a little earlier, get on the throttle a little earlier. There's always ways to be better, and that's the great thing about golf is that for me at the moment especially, there's still big chunks to be made. Whereas in MotoGP, you were looking at every little tiny advantage you could get. You're using every bit of track you can. You're trying to get the bike to do exactly what you want, get the right feeling. It's something that you're searching for with golf as well. But like you said, you don't have the same impact. It's not quite as crazy, etc. But certainly pressures-wise, I think a lot of young sportsmen and women would do well to actually get into a sport like this, where in motorsport in particular, the pressures never sort of get to you half as much because you've already got so much to be dealing with. It's quite hard to stop and think about, everybody watching you or what everybody's thinking right now. Whereas in golf, everything is there to be scrutinized. I feel sorry for the pros now that, they can't even get away with what they've said to themselves without getting in trouble and punished for it. And I really don't like that. I think, they should be allowed to do whatever they want without a microphone in their face.
Go through their own process.
Exactly. They're already being scrutinized enough with slow motion and all this sort of stuff. And now you're basically putting a microphone in their face for every comment they say around the whole golf course. And I don't think that's really fair. People need to go through their own things in their own way. And so that's a extremely hard thing to do because, like I said, there's no way to get out of it in your head with golf, whereas with motorsport and motorbikes, cars and things like that, you've got adrenaline, so you're having to get through that.
So we're talking about, I guess, like that relationship to golf. So when, like, you've got the kind of personality where you can just, there's a TrackMan, so like a golf launch monitor that's spitting out numbers at you, and then it's like, there's your screen, and you can just sit in there all day. I think that's probably that's a fairly unique trait in a person. Like, and I can do that same shit. Like, you give me a thing, give me some info, give me some data, and I'll just sit there. You're just sort of crunching the numbers in your head, and you're making these little tweaks, and then you're actually interested enough in the numbers, so like you want to know what those numbers mean. So that's like a fairly unique brain. I think that lent itself obviously to the MotoGP stuff. But like, when did you even notice that you had that kind of strange brain going on?
Never really have noticed, to be honest.
Such as me noticing it in you.
Yeah, well, I noticed it to a certain degree, but I mean, I never really recognized that I was any different to anyone else, Yeah. There's some things that I feel I pay a lot more attention to than other people.
Yeah.
I haven't necessarily been touted as that. Everybody thinks that I was the guy that just literally twisted the throttle a bit harder and went a bit faster, and it couldn't have been further from the truth. I could never just twist it more. Sort of I can never be that guy to just push harder and especially that's those last lap battles. I didn't just want to take all the risk and go that little bit harder. For me, I was always a lot more calculated. Still made mistakes, still, with pushing and all those sort of things, but I always sort of was a lot more thoughtful in my decision making, whether I was going to try and win the race by, taking risks, or whether I was just going to, sit back, watch what I could do, and then sort of pick my moments. And that's why I never sort of ended up in last lap battles, is because I picked my moments better. I thought about it more. And I felt like that helped me win, a lot more races than my competitors by being a bit more thoughtful and, really staying out of trouble rather than trying to put myself in it.
So you never really noticed that about yourself, like the way that you think and the way that you break everything down. And to me, it's super obvious because I feel like I have a similar kind of feeling. And like, I remember when Matty would hang out with you, he used to say, like, man, you two are like very similar. Like the way you literally break down every single thing that is around you. And I always kind of, it's funny, like you think about something in like computer programming terms of like, is this a feature or a bug? Is it a feature of the program that makes it better? Is it a bug? And like the older I get, I look at it in that sense now of like, is this becoming like a feature, or is this a bug to this program that I'm kind of trying to run? But it was just always, I don't know, it's always been kind of at like the forefront of my mind that like, okay, this is what you do, and I have to like almost be careful at times, like, because I can just go
too
deep,
far
like
into
just go so deep on it. But to me, there's like enjoyment there, and I see with you, like there is enjoyment in taking it so much deeper than what most people, like the average person, would go.
I think it took me a long time to actually understand that I did think a little deeper than others in certain areas, and one more recently was only probably last year or the year before. I realized that, so many people are so different. I've been realizing more and more and more throughout my life and career, the more people I meet, how individual everybody is. They all go about it a different way. It's the old saying, there's more than one way to skin a cat. There's more than one way to get the job done. So I guess that's the beauty of sports. It's the beauty of life, that people go about things very differently. Now, for instance, there was a golf tournament I went to, played a Pro-Am, and the pro that I played with, he's a young guy, had already won a tournament or two, the month leading up to this, I think, tournament, but during the Pro-Am, he was really struggling, couldn't figure out what was going on. So I asked him a couple of questions just to, because I was in the cart with him and everything, I asked him a couple of questions just to sort of try and trigger maybe to go back through his drills that he works with his coach or whatever, things like that. And I asked him a couple of technical questions, and he just looked at me kind of strange and went, no, I don't think about that. He just tells me to, do this sort of drill, and I go and do it. So he has absolutely no technical side. He literally is a, they put him in a couple of drills, and he goes and does it and hits it, and it's fine.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to know
about a feeling.
Yep. He doesn't want to know about his hands, about delivery. Doesn't want to know about any part of the technical side of it. He just wants to be told what to do, basically, and that works for him. He's been able to win tournaments, be very successful, and clearly has a career ahead. And we've seen that a little bit in golfers, is basically keeping it simple, the KISS theory. And as much as people, talk down towards other people who have kept it a little bit more simple, it's also very, very effective. Not getting wound up and caught up in
Lost
it, because there's also the people that go the other way, that start talking and thinking, and maybe they don't understand as much as they think they do, and they just get wound up in the whole process, and then all of a sudden they're overthinking it, and then they're just making themselves go backwards, so they're overcomplicating the whole process. So it's quite difficult to make sure that the amount of thought you put into it is the right amount and about the right things, because if you're if you get on a tangent and all of a sudden it's all about that, it's generally not the right thing, because it's just sort of, then they start listening to other people, they start thinking about other things, and then they're taking on other opinions, all the rest of it, and it becomes very confusing. So I think it's a little better when you keep it simple, and that's what I tried to do with myself as well. It wasn't a super simple way that I did it, but for me, I could have gone a lot deeper than I did with all of the technical side. But for me, it was always just in my riding and what I could handle. The things that I could change, I made sure I did.
Yeah, because there's a cool documentary on YouTube, and one of your engineers, I'm pretty sure he was with you at Ducati, and then he went to Honda.
Yep.
And then he says, he's an Italian guy, I'm pretty sure, and he said, I learned more than Casey learned from me. And that's an engineer, that's a pretty cool statement for somebody like him to make, that's obviously like an expert in his field, and then he's saying that this rider actually taught me a lot. So I mean, there obviously was so much that that you were like enjoyed kind of diving into in a sense.
Yeah, there was a lot, and like I said, I had to sort of take myself out of it a little bit, because I didn't want to just keep stressing over certain things that I really didn't need to. But I would always sit in the garage, watch what the engineers were doing. I watch what mechanics were doing, pick up on certain things, ask them to make changes. Especially, to be honest, with both Ducati and Honda. But in Ducati, we could sort of make adjustments during the weekend. We've got basically grinders, hammers, everything like that. That basically went on the Ducati to if we needed something to fit, literally it was what size hammer you'd bring out. They'd be grinding on Sunday night just so we could get the swing arm a little bit further forward. We were having to grind it out to get the swing arm a little bit further forward when we made a change in 2010. Whereas with Honda, it was like, the parts came, fit it, done. Yeah. It was just, that was it. So we had a little bit more restriction, I suppose, with Honda, because they took a little bit more time and they had more diligence to make sure it was right before they put it on the bike for you to ride and race with. But when it arrived, it was right. And it was fantastic, because I really got to work with those engineers, with Christian. And as much as he, compliments me and says that, I'm sure it was him learning what happens from a rider's perspective, but I was still, we worked a lot together to make some pretty big changes with Ducati and Honda that really, affected everyone along the line and in my opinion made things better.
Yeah, it's just so cool to be a rider that can have that kind of impact, because I think it's so rare. And I know that when I was in the States working around factory teams, that the guys, like the team managers, would say, dude, there's 3 or 4 guys that actually know what the fuck's going on a bike. Like Ivan Tedesco was apparently amazing. Travis Preston was really good. Nathan Ramsey was really good. Like, they're kind of names that you actually wouldn't expect. But he said, all of these guys would say, for the most part, they just don't know what's actually going on. So to be a guy that is at the top level, because I think that's one of the things that was so crazy about your career. Like, maybe, like, I kind of never thought you were just a throttle send it guy, and maybe that's from, I guess, like, seeing the way that you do things. Like, I know that's not the case, but I think that's probably what made you so special as a talent, was that it was so calculated. Like, you knew everything that was going on, and the feel that you could then relate back into actual, like, tangible information, but you also weren't scared. And I think that doesn't come around very often. Like, you'll get the guy that will either fully send it to the moon, and then that's the, you like Jack. I fucking did the lap with Jack. That's just purely just fucking sending it to the moon. Like, you get that dude, but then, and it's not, there wouldn't be like Jack doesn't know anything about the motorcycle, but the engineers probably aren't saying that they're learning stuff from him in the same sort of sense, Yep. So I think that's probably what made you such a special talent, was the depth that you would, like, look into what you were doing, and then you combine that with the send it sort of style, Yeah,
well, there's a lot of things that I did out in track, and people always saw the bike moving around a lot, so they just assume I was twisting the throttle and letting that thing go. Well, the only way that a bike is going to move around that much is grip. It's traction. That's that I'm trying to create. So what I was doing, and why my bike moved, say, more than others, is because it was sort of like a everybody has it inside them, but it's basically like a gyro inside you.
Yeah.
And it feels grip, and that's how you're able to drive within that range. And it's like people's gyros are better. People listen to their gyros better. But they understand how late you can brake without locking, how much throttle you can get without losing that grip. And it's your gyro adapting to each situation, each grip level change throughout the race. When the grip levels change, really feeling your gyro and then adapting to that. It's not just about how you can put the power down. You've got to listen to that inner gyro, which is, your G-forces, knowing when it's going to break away and being ahead of that.
Yeah.
And so there was a lot of things that I did in my racing that people just thought it was me pushing harder and twisting the throttle more, but it was actually quite the opposite. It was me getting it to a point where I found grip, and it was on that slip grip right on that edge, and that's why the bike moves, because I don't want to be inside it, and I don't want to be over the top of it. So the times that I did slide it, it's smooth. You don't see it moving around. The time that I was inside it, I'm clearly not going fast enough, or I was able to get everything hooked up and done right. But being right on that edge is, for me, where the fastest point is. And that was that slip grip point where it slipped a little bit, gripped a little bit, and that would create, that movement. But that's me going forward as fast as I can. Man,
that's crazy you said the gyro thing. So I've been thinking, since I went and did some road stuff recently, I guess I've just ridden, big thanks to Ducati actually, like I've just ridden so many bikes this year. And like normally you've got a couple motocross bikes, they sort of feel the same, but like this year I've rode like the Multistrada, I've rode the Hyper Motard, I've rode the Monster, and then I've rode the race bikes, and then all the motocross bikes. And I've been thinking so much, I've been reading a lot of like science books as well this year, and I'm just thinking of it in terms of physics as to what's really going on here and why some guys are faster, like, because everything feels the same, right? Like me, when I was talking to Ricardo, I said I guess the test you'd use would be, you've got a straight 90-degree right hand turn, who's going to hit the brakes first? and like you might have that fight or flight, because essentially that's like a fight or flight reaction, right?
Yeah.
So it's like you might have the fight or flight way down the road than me. They might even be fairly similar, but then when it comes to the gyro, because the fact that there's some feeling of like that balance in the gyro between the two bikes, because essentially how I see it is like the bike has a center of gravity, and then I have a center of gravity, and my influence on that, like both of those centers of gravity can impact each other. And if you ever have held like if anyone's ever picked up like a moving hard drive that's spinning at like 7,000 RPMs, and you can actually like feel
push bike
the
front
gyroscopic
tire is the best one. Spin the front wheel and hold it by the spindle and then feel it.
Yeah, so that has its own effect, but then there's like, because we have a center of gravity and we're on another, like I guess an external object that also has a center of gravity, the way that I started thinking about it, and it's only been super recently, is like essentially, and I'd love to hear you, this is just a big setup for you to tell me what the fuck's actually going on, but is basically it's like you want to line these two gyros up to be in sync with each other, or you're using one to pull the other one around. So there is, to me, I'm like, the why riding looks effortless for some people and not on others is because in one instance you would have these two gyros that are working together, these two center of gravity they're probably quite low together. I think that's why you see a lot of riders, like really good riders, are like low and kind of down on the bike, but you've just got like this feeling of trying to stabilize both of these center of gravities to work together. So like I've never heard anyone say gyro in like that context, so take it away and tell me what I'm missing.
Well, I think in certain instances, you've got, motocross and things like that. The perfect example is on the whoops, of you basically, your gyro versus the bike's gyro. So it's going back and forward quickly. You've got to get your timing right, etc. But at the same time, you think sitting back, pulling back on the bike is going to allow you to go through whoops better, but in fact, it's going to stack up your rear shock and then send you over the front, and then it's not going to go well. So the best guys through the whoops, you've seen, Chad Reed, let's go with him as a perfect style. He was very neutral, centered on the bike, allowed the bike basically to just gyro by itself, and he just stayed in the middle. So with the least amount of input as possible, except for, getting the throttle right. I'm sure he wasn't doing a whole lot with his arms. So that's sort of like more of a neutral gyro where you're, allowing the bike just to work and gyro, and you're sort of in unison with it. But then you've got road racing where your gyro's got to be on the inside. Mm-hmm. So you've got to be as far to the inside as possible. The main reason I would go to the inside of the bike is basically so I could push the bike up to be on the fat side of the time.
Reduce the lean angle.
I want to be at lean angle for a minimum time possible.
Yeah.
So basically I want to be in, and then I want to pick the bike up. So my body would go to the inside so that the bike would go upwards.
Yeah.
Whereas you see a lot of riders in style these days, they seem to be just trying to get their bodies further and further to the inside, and that's okay to a certain degree, but I think it's a bit more of a trend than an actual necessity.
Like a style.
Exactly. It's like everybody thinking, this whole late brake sort of thing. Everybody thinks you need to brake later and later and later, and forgetting that there's a corner and a straight after it.
Yeah.
So you make one tiny mistake under brakes, which the later you brake, the smaller your margins for error are. You gain that little bit of time under brakes, you run a tiny bit wide, boom, that exit's gone, and then that time from the exit to the rest of the straight's gone. It's that kind of thing as well, and same thing with the gyro for road racing. I'd want to be with my body, even under brakes, just a smidgen to the inside, so I can keep that bike upright for longer. My gyro's on the inside, and then basically that helps the bike to sort of, pivot in. It's a little bit like the legs that you see keep coming out at the moment. That's basically, it's just an extra bit of weight on the inside of the bike. Helps you sort of, it's almost the way you're twisting on the bike with your legs, with your groin sort of muscles inside your thighs, twisting and sort of gripping the bike a little bit. Having that foot there's a bit more weight to the inside of it. So it's essentially like having a sidecar without it being an actual wheel that you're running on.
Yeah.
There's just a bit more weight to the inside there. So then when you tip in, it wants to tip in a little bit more naturally. So the gyro, the way I sort of use it and put it, isn't so much that I want it to work with the bike. It's my feeling, it's my senses. Like I said, there's a certain amount of G-force that will happen before the wheel wants to slip, say on the way out of a corner. And it's getting inside that point or right on that line where you can feel that. You know, you go through a car, or when you drive a go-kart at a rental kart track, you can go through these corners and you can feel your body going to the outside, right? You can feel it pushing into the rib cage.
Yeah.
That's what karters use. That's what drivers use. They don't just use their arms to steer and feel that. They're using without even realizing it, they'll be using their gyro inside to feel that grip point. Because if they go over it, then they've lost the rear or the front, whatever it is, whatever stage of the corner. The same thing, it allows them to feel where the grip point is on the braking. So just going to that limit. And it's the people who are able to push to that limit more and understand that G-force a little bit more inside them that allows them to push, closer to the limit than other people.
And so when did you first realize, or like when did you first start to form these? Because this is like philosophy of riding, like I don't know what you'd call it, but this is like it's like heuristics. Like this is like your learned experience that you then of like putting into information. Like obviously you won 2 world championships, one of the best riders of all time, so it's like the heuristics are pretty solid in this case, so like when did this become like a philosophy and a train of thought, or was it someone like passed this knowledge onto you, or is this all just feel that you've developed and internalized, and then you have like conversations with yourself about these processes? Like how did this all kind of look as you were coming up?
This is all just trial and error, and I suppose gathering data over years and years, and the older I get, the more able I am to explain how and why I did things. So even my last couple of years of Grand Prix was when I was able to really explain why I do things. So I used to be able to know why I did them, but it was very hard to explain why I did them. And so for me, it was just a whole lot of gathering data. I remember, when I was, especially during tests. In tests, I would always try something a little different. So, the bike felt really good in one area. So a lot of riders, they're just looking for this perfect solution that doesn't exist. They're like, it doesn't suit my style. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't, I need this, I need that. And race day comes and they're already screwed because they know they don't have what they want. And so for me, it never affected me as badly, I believe, as others, is because I was able to adapt myself to the situation, to the conditions, to the bike, whatever we ended up with going into race day. Sometimes it wasn't perfect, so we just had to figure it out. And so if we had a bike being able to turn, say for Ducati, we were always struggling with turn. So if we finally got that bike to turn, but then we lost the rear grip, which was always famous for, okay, so how do we minimize this? We try and find a balancing setting. If you can't, then basically I would adapt it myself. So because it turns more, I would try and be a little bit more patient, pick the bike up more to the center of the tire, use it that sort of way. So there was always a way around it. Really forcing myself further from the inside of the bike, really putting in effort to counteract the problem, take in the positives and then minimize the negatives. And that was something through my entire race career. I never tried to build on positives, which I think a lot of people are always doing. They're in a role, they've got a great feeling, they're trying to keep in this rhythm, blah, blah, blah. For me, I never needed that. For me, I never actually tried to build on any of my positives. It was always trying to minimize my negatives. So I wasn't good in a certain part of the track. I would go and fix that rather than try and make my good bits better. I'd make my bad bits better. And it's the same thing my whole career, all my riding. If there was a negative in my riding, I would go and fix it. And I would literally just go, if it was on a dirt bike, I'd go and fix it. If I struggle with one corner, I would just go and hit that thing, try as many different things as I could until I figured it out. Rather than going, like, I'm good at this bit, I'm going to keep just doing it that way. So it was sort of, I was never the kind of person that, the grass is green on the other side. I would always be like, well, this is what I've got. This is what I've got to manage. There was always weaknesses in all my years of racing. But the biggest thing is I learnt from others and worked on my weaknesses, I think, a bit more than others.
What do you think about working on your strengths as weaknesses, or like finding flaws in your strengths even? Because I think that's like, there's something I was thinking about the other day where like the feedback that I get for this, like certain areas of my life, I'll get like positive feedback from people about it from the outside in. They'll be like, oh man, that's crazy you did this, and oh, this is good. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, this is trash. Like, I just, the things that I seem to do the best at in my life are the things that I will look at with the most critical eyes. Like it seems like the lanes of my life that are the best are the ones that I look the most negatively on, and like I kind of work the hardest on those areas. So I don't know if that sort of
I can see where you're coming from, and if I take my own judgment of where you're coming from with that, let's say somebody's very, very good under brakes, there's always a negative to that.
Yeah.
So you're very good under brakes. It generally means you've missed your mid-turn entry. You've got to set your bike up for brakes. You've got to do everything. It's got to revolve around your braking if that's your strength. So if that's a strength, it's also a weakness. So if that's where you're coming from, then it's sort of along those lines.
I guess I like it more so like maybe they are strengths because I look at them as weaknesses constantly. Like I never seem to look at the things.
You're never
that actually,
happy with the end result.
Like the things that people perceive to be strengths are the things that I'm actually looking at with like the most negative eyes in a sense. And it's like I keep wanting to work. Whereas it could be seen as unrealistic in a way, but maybe that's why those things are good, if that makes sense. It's
either in that way, or it's a point where you need to accept that can't get much better and you just need to look at your other areas. I think it's always good. Like for me, I was never happy with myself or my results or anything. So people, I got a lot of criticism for that, for always looking like the miserable git. Yeah. And I'm like, well, I'm not here to impress them. I'm here to impress me.
Yeah.
And I still think I could do better.
Yeah.
So as much as I learned to accept my faults, because it's, a bit like the golf game as well. You've just got to accept that you're not going to be perfect. It was also hard for me to accept. So I had to stop looking to try and get everything so damn right, and just go, right, no, we did about as good as we could. But I was always looking for more. So therefore, I was never satisfied. And I think that was, a little bit in line with what you're saying, is that you just kept looking for more, even though you were very, very good at that area. My old team were always giving me shit about... I'd be a second lap faster than everybody, in qualifying and things like that. And I'd come back in complaining about the bike as much as if I was in 20th.
And they're
like, this is just ridiculous, like, stop putting pressure on us. I'm like, yeah, but this is putting pressure on me.
Yeah.
I want to ride at 50% and win races. I don't want to be pushing 80, 90, 100% to try and win these races. Like, I want to be as comfortable as I can to win.
Yeah.
So I was always striving to be better, to do it as easy as possible.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, because I think that probably, I guess everyone could relate. I think this is why motorcycles are cool too, because like people can relate. That feeling is the same. Like you are dealing with like a fight or flight response the whole way around the track. Like when it swaps a little, are you going to gas it? Are you going to back off? Are you going to push that little bit deeper into brakes? Are you comfortable to get on the gas earlier? And I think that in terms of like that feeling, like the internal anxiety that you get in that fight or flight response, everyone feels the same thing. And I mean, I know that the times that I've had on a bike where I just feel amazing, it's like it's almost like you're in a game of predicting. Like going fast is like a prediction game. It's not really like a thinking game. Like it's not at the moment right now, this is what I got to do. It's like you've got to be ahead of the bike, ahead of every corner. And then if you've got a feeling, like I've just had a couple days of riding that I felt good, and I felt like the bike was good, and I felt comfortable to open the throttle. I felt comfortable to get on the gas.
Like you're ahead of the game.
Yeah, because you are kind of ahead of it. So that makes so much sense for you to say, like, I wanted to win at 50%, which that might seem crazy to people, but that kind of makes sense hearing that in a way.
Yeah, it's a hard thing to strive for, but like so many people are always just happy just to win. Whereas for me, if I could win by as far as I could, do it, you know. But generally, I never did MotoGP. I was always too scared of throwing it down the road and making a mistake while leading by a mile. But so I always had that massive, back off that I didn't like as well, because as soon as you start backing off, you make mistakes, tyre temps change, you're not going as deep into the stroke, so the bike's not in the same position, blah, blah, blah. There's all sorts of things. And that's why people make mistakes towards the end of races, even when they're out front, because it's just things aren't in the right positions where they need to be. But yeah, it's something that, you know, I was always striving for. And, you know, you were talking about fight or flight, and people might find this strange to know, but basically I was scared almost every single corner, every time I rode on track, especially when I was pushing. So in my later years, in my early years, it was I need to be as fast as these guys. I need to keep up. I need to, you know, in the 125, 250 classes, that was not my forte. I needed power. I needed to be able to slide, move the bike. I came from dirt track my whole life, and then all of a sudden I need these things to be in line and trust it. And I just, you know, that took me a long time to learn to trust it, especially the front. So when I got to a bigger bike, it was easier for me. But basically, especially when I was pushing, especially qualifying laps, you're going into every corner, and I was just waiting for the thing to drop. Not necessarily it was always going to happen. You know, I didn't crash much in the later years. But that was the way I rode, and I adapted my style and I adapted everything to basically minimize risk completely. Now, it didn't, because you still crashed. You had to push harder. You want to win these championships, you have to go faster than the guy next to you. So you had to push, and mistakes happen. But generally, all of my corners and everything, that my whole riding, everything happened in MotoGP was about me minimizing every bit of risk I could, putting my body in positions, like I said, getting further off the inside of the bike, even under brakes, just to get it upright a little bit more so I couldn't lose that front end as easily. Then I could bring it into a corner and pick the bike up and fire it out. So that the least amount of time I was on the side of the tyre, which for me, I always struggled with the front. Coming from dirt track where you almost never needed to rely on the front end, everything was sliding, and you always had that little front end cock, which it was hard to lose then. Whereas in MotoGP and road racing, you needed to trust the front end. And I never had the same feel as the European guys. It was just what it was. So for me, being on the side of the tyre for the smallest amount of time through a corner, that was better for me, which was minimizing risk, basically.
It's crazy to hear when someone's like one of the best ever and just completely changed the game, to say, like, I was scared every single turn. Like, it's just, even just to zoom out, isn't it just crazy to think of what, like, you must have just fought your way through your career. Like, even when you zoom out to like the early retirement, it's like, that probably didn't feel early, man. Like, that probably felt like a fucking late retirement. Like, I want to be done a while ago. Like, this shit is a lot. Like, to go through, you know, like, you really put yourself through a fucking crazy amount of stress and pressure and like just fear, and you know, then you deal with like the media, and you deal with like the fame, and then the money, and like, it's a fucking crazy way to live a life. And then, you know, then you've got to get on that bike every single weekend. Like, it's just an insane way to live a life. And you know, we talked about before, just in the car on the way here, like, you get what you want, you know. It's like, you just wanted to get it done, and like, do what, you know, get it done, do what you said you were going to do, and then fucking dip, because it's just like, this is a lot.
It was, you know, I struggled to understand why it was a little harder for me than other people. A lot of other people, they don't mind the fame, they didn't mind all the rest of it that came with the racing, the pressures, all those sorts of things. And I've only been very recently diagnosed with anxiety as well, which I didn't actually know was a thing. Quite honestly, I thought it was just something people made up to say, you know, there was another way for being stressed out. And I'm like, yeah, everyone gets stressed. But I didn't realize why even my back locks up just from anxiety. When I feel
in
pressure,
my neck and my...
mine's, between the shoulder blades.
Yeah.
I've got 2 discs there that realistically need replacing. And so when that locks up, and I can feel it come on now I'm
You're aware of
it.
Yeah.
I can feel it come on when I'm in situations and it doesn't feel comfortable. So it would have been easier in my career if I knew about it and sort of maybe could have managed the situation a little bit better. But again, I got a bad rap for sometimes being a little bit closed off from people and media and all that sort of thing, because I just was never, ever comfortable doing it. Crowds, I was never comfortable with, all that side of it. And then race day, literally for years, until probably my last 2 years of racing MotoGP, the better weekend I had, the more I wanted to die.
Yeah.
I would literally be curled up on the motorhome floor or whatever, sick as a dog, just stomach in knots. Just, I did not want to race. It was just, I could not feel any worse, any more apprehensive of everything. It was just, I felt the pressure from the team, from everyone that had ever helped me, all the rest of it. You've got a team of up to 70 people there with hospitalities and all that sort of stuff, sometimes over 100, to be honest. I couldn't tell you the exact numbers. And especially when you were the number one rider and everyone's expecting you to win basically every weekend, that built on me. And I only realized that after I finished my career, why I used to struggle so much with it. And then I sort of got my own little mantra that helped me my last couple of years, which was, you can only do what you can do, and you cannot do more than that. Yeah. Which for me was, I'm going to go out there and give it my best, and I can't give it more than my best. As long as I know I've prepared well, I've done everything as well off the track as I can on the track. Something that you alluded to before is you get out of life what you want. Yeah. And so many people like to say that they want things, and they're desperate for it, but it's how you go about it and how you... like I said, everybody that lines up on the grid, it's exactly what you were saying before, basically, was that everyone that lines up in these races, they want it probably just as badly as you do. But there's a big difference in how they go about getting it. Yeah. And people who make it happen versus people who want it to happen. Yeah. And, this is something that was very different with me. It was so hard for me to go racing that I made sure I did everything and ticked every box that I could. Some days, some weeks, I had those lazy weeks where I just, couldn't drag my ass off the couch, and it maybe showed at the end of a couple of races, and that would really kick my ass into gear and go, right, I can't slacken off here, especially in my early years. And then, that just made me stronger mentally as the years got on.
Yeah, it's like to know, like to be a fly on the wall in your mind. And to hear some of the
plenty of space.
to hear some of the conversations that you would have had with yourself when you were like in the fetal position in the motorhome, like I can imagine just you basically trying to talk yourself out of lining up every single time that you were on the grid. And I think a lot about that, because I have that internal resistance so much. I didn't want to release the Daniel Ricciardo podcast for a week. Yep. I just didn't. I was like, this fucking sucks. Like, I suck. I'm not good at this. Like, I shouldn't be doing this. This isn't something I want. Like, I was a fucking mess after it. Maddie's like, what's wrong with you? You're good. And I'm like, nah, this is fucking... You
can't change how it's coming in though, can you?
But it's just this internal conversation. And I know, like, I've got, I guess, techniques that I try and work through and to alleviate that, because it's essentially like what I've figured out is like it's a conversation that you're having with yourself in your head. Mm-hmm. But it's like if you say like, I see that cup, well, I see that cup. Who the fuck am I talking to? Who is the person that I'm telling that I see? Like, I'm the one that's seeing and tell. So
the left side of the brain.
Yeah, we get into these crazy conversations with ourselves. And I would, when I first started competing in jiu-jitsu, that's probably like the scariest thing I've ever done, just because it's like, it's a combat thing. And I'd have just that same deal. Like, I couldn't sleep the night before all day. I'm trying to talk myself out of going. I don't think I should do this. And it's just like, it's just this constant conversation that you're having with yourself. You're almost trying to talk yourself out of it. Then you end up doing it anyway. And the only thing that helped me with that was, I guess when you said like, you can only do what you can do. My version of that was, if you're going to leave. Yeah. But if you're not going to leave, don't torture yourself for the 5 hours that you're here before you slap hands and you do the thing. Like, if you're going to do the thing, just do the thing.
If you're not,
then leave. And then I was like, well,
I didn't give myself the leave option. It was like, do it and be happy with what you've done.
Yeah. So just to know what you would have been going through for all of those years, and to just be performing at the crazy high level, like, it honestly, like, you probably you stressed your system into getting sick the way that you did. Like, it would have, I could see a way in which, like, you just physically made yourself sick because of what it took for you to compete at the highest level. And some people, it doesn't faze them.
Yep.
You know, and some people can. I'm sure Valentino was probably the kind of guy that would be like, hey, yeah, and, like, you know, he's just there, but it's fun for him.
I'm jealous of people like Mark and Valentino who just don't seem to give a crap.
Yeah, and I mean, Jet, you know, you hang around Jet, like, Jet's kind of the same sort of vibe, you know, but there is, like, for as much as that is a positive, then at times it's a negative. And it's like, there's like you said, there's so many ways to skin a cat. Like, you obviously had something that was so special in your own way, but that just wasn't sustainable with, like, what you had to kind of, like, put yourself through, if that makes sense.
For me, and I think a big part of the reason why, you know, my body's just not handling it now, and I've got this CFS, and we don't know exactly what causes it yet, so I can't sit here and say this is why it happened. But I'm sure it's a big part of my body breaking down. Basically, is I was very good at switching everything off. So no matter how bad or how nervous or how pent up or anything I was very good at telling myself to just suck it up and get on with it. And
when did that start? Like, at what point in the weekend? Is that like a Friday practice thing? Is that before you get there? Is that the morning of, like?
No, that was just, it's a bit like anything, you know. You were talking about, you're surprised that I had fear going through corners. My will to win was greater than the fear. So then I had to, if I let fear control me and everything, then I never would have gone as fast as what I did. So I would figure out how to be fast without, you know, the same risk. And then there, of course, takes a little bit of fear out of it. But it's also, for example, going through turn 3 at Phillip Island or turn 3 at Valencia, the way I used to go through them, it's a lot to overcome. Like the way you've got to crack the throttle on at those speeds. Phillip Island's 5th gear, right? We're going through there. It's 265 going into the corner, k's an hour down through the dip. And because you're always getting a big push of wind from the inside going out to the ocean there, a lot of the time when you're pushing in through there, the front end wants to go. And I was saying before, I don't like the front end. I don't like the feeling of it compared to other people. I never had confidence. So as soon as you cock that front end, you can't crash with the front. If you think about it, as soon as you've got a little cock in your front end, basically, that doesn't sound right. Dirt track style, you can't lose the front. So basically, I would slide before I even got to the corner. And this is where people don't realize, number one, the difficulty, the overcoming the fear, and then why it works, is that when you go into the corner and you have to get that rear to brake before you get to the corner, because otherwise, as soon as you get into the corner, your front end's dictating everything, and you don't start to slide until you come out of the corner. And then that's just sliding. You know, that's not hard. These bikes have a lot of power. It's really not hard to slide these things. But sliding them before you get to the corner. So I've got to go in, back off, just to get the front to load a little bit, and then I would crack the throttle on as soon as I could to get that rear to brake, and basically just get that little bit of cock on the front corner, on the front tire, and then basically I couldn't lose it. So then I could just control it, try and almost stand it up, and then straight line it out of that corner, and then I could straight line brake going into Honda, which is very hard. Normally you drift out, then you've got to brake on the left side, bring it back. So you're braking on the edge, then bringing it back, braking on the edge of the tyre. So it's a heavy braking zone that you've got 2 edges to brake on. For me, I would slide through that corner, stay further left, and then I could just pick it up and brake straight, and then take all the risk out of Honda. So there's a lot of reasons why I did things, but to overcome the power. And it was the same thing I used to do in Valencia. So turn 3 in Valencia, it's hard. Same thing. You can go through there and slide, but you've already missed the whole point of it.
Yeah.
So I had to slide before I got the corner, and throwing it in there was really hard and risky. You know, I never did crash there doing it, but if things went wrong, it's you're going into the grandstand sort of thing. But basically, I'd go up, come out first, second, third, short shift, and then throw it. And then by throwing it, I'm sliding all the way in through the corner. And I can stay further left because same thing. I never liked the feeling of the front end.
Yeah.
And you'd always have to brake on the edge of the tyre, bring it back, and then go into the right-hander on the edge of the tyre, cold side of the tyre. I didn't like it. So what I would do is slide, stay further left, brake in a straighter line. Then I could basically get the tyre warm and then ease my way into the right-hander without risk. So I didn't like that right-hander, so I just went, well, the left side of the tyre is warm because we've been spinning it through turn 13, 14. Yeah. Then turn 1, turn 2, all left-handers. So the left side's warm. I can trust this as long as you trust your slide. But then the right side was always cold, and it's one of the most dangerous corners probably in the world for crashing. And so, I just took the risk out of those corners by doing that. But everyone just saw me as I was sliding it through the corner, coming out. But there's a lot more to it.
That is so insane. That makes perfect sense, like, when you frame it in the flat track sense as well. Because really, like, the only way that you can lose the front end on a flat tracker is as you're turning away, and then you initially chuck it, and right before you bring it back. Yep. So that little dip, but I mean that feels pretty safe. Like, we were actually only just flat tracking the other day, and like I did 1,000 laps on the 125, just that exact feeling. That is the point of the corner where you have the most confidence to tuck the front that little bit, and then it brings you into the slide, and then you power around. But I guess from the outside looking in, you just see this little dude going, what? Fifth gear wide open around a turn at Phillip Island, and you think like, he's fucking crazy. But in your head, that's your way of making that corner as safe as possible.
Yep. And nobody really knew why.
That's fucking mind-blowing. But that makes so much sense. And so you're working your way around each of these tracks trying to figure out the safest way. But so I guess the thing is that you've got to kind of do, because I can imagine that would be like, that's a lot of throttle to step out a MotoGP bike, because you're already going,
we're already doing 265.
So like, that's a massive commitment to go like, okay, this is the safest way. I'm going to tip her in a little bit. I'm going to give her like a bit of the old flick, and then straight on the gas. Like, that's a lot of commitment.
Especially for me, it was in qualifying with new tyres. It's even harder to step out. So when the tyres are older, they step out a lot easier. But when you got new tyres and the thing's all gripped up, first lap out, and you've got to try and push that really hard through there, that was the hardest. But I think in 2011, because 2012 it was raining a little bit, conditions weren't great, but we went in there at 265, and then the slowest point of that corner was 258. So I only lost 7 k's an hour between backing off for that half a second. It was only literally half a second back off before I cracked it again to get it through there. So I only lost 7 k's an hour through turn 3 at Phillip Island. It was pretty good.
That is insane. Do you remember the first time you figured that out? Was there like, because I always wonder that, like, you imagine, we'll just go moto, Bubba. When was was there a first time where he scrubbed and was like, looked back and was like,
I've just pulled a second on these guys.
What did I just do? Like, was that the moment? Was it like that where, like, say turn 3, when you just bop, and you're like, oh, okay, that's how I got to do it? Or is it like this theory that you've got in your head, and then it's like this slow application over time?
No, it was just that, as we were talking about before, it was building of knowledge. It was just gathering, data, and basically trial and error. Luckily not too much error in that my department. But basically it was just me trying things. I said I used to try a lot of things with body position, etc., etc. I'm not just a one-dimensional rider. I was always trying different things and watching other people. That's why I always loved having a fast teammate, because I could always learn from them. But for me, it was trial and error. It wasn't me sitting down and thinking this. It was like well, this makes me feel a lot more comfortable through here. Now I need to make sure that I'm not overspinning the tyre, because everybody thinks you go through there, you're spinning the tyre, you're just chewing it up and ruining it. And in Phillip Island, I always had to be cautious of it, because there was a few corners that I did used to spin. So then I had to take it easier on other corners to drop the tyre temperatures back down, just to make sure that we didn't, overheat them and destroy them during the race. But those kind of things, I never liked the feeling of the front end being pushed by the wind. So as soon as I got in MotoGP where I had power, I'm like, well, I need to get this thing cocked as soon as early as possible coming out of the corner. And then basically I went, well, there's a big tyre bundle on the inside of that corner.
Yeah.
And it blocks the wind. So you get a bit of a crosswind going into it. Then there's a patch where it blocks the wind. And then if it's really blowing, it comes out the other side and on the far side of it, and then all of a sudden hits you, and that's when it wants to blow your front end out. So I had to make sure that I had it gone before I came out and hit that wind. So basically I just got earlier and earlier and earlier at doing it, and more confident. And the earlier I did it, people think you're spinning the whole way through, but I can spin it early and then actually reduce the spin the whole way out of the corner.
Yeah.
Whereas everybody else is going through the corner and then spinning all the way out, whereas I'm doing the opposite. I'm actually spinning and then reducing the spin on the way out.
And so who were you like working on this kind of stuff with? Who were you talking to about it, or was this just all internal?
This is all me.
That's so sick.
I didn't ever have anyone to work with, so my engineer was good. I used to talk to him about things and explain to him what I was doing, but we never discussed how I had to ride. He never, ever told me how I had to ride. I never had anyone giving me any advice on how to ride. This was all just me watching other people, figuring out what I needed to do, how to go faster than everybody. And, sometimes it was just literally taking the brain out. You had to if you want to win races, you had to push harder than other people. And especially that was the case in the rain. It was, there's a lot of skill in the rain, but at the same time, when the fears catch you in the rain, they can be very hard to shake sometimes.
Yeah.
And whenever they caught me where I just started to be real teetery and feel like I was going to crash all the time, literally I'd go out next session and just go, right, I'm either going to fix this or crash.
Yeah.
And it was just make it happen. As simple as that. So this is where, like I said, we were talking about the anxiety thing, and it was just me shutting myself down and going, make it happen. Stop being such a pussy, basically, and get on with it.
It's so crazy that there's all of this going on. Like, there's that level of analysis that, even to like the wind is blocking, a certain amount of push on the front tire, and there's just no one that you're talking to about it. Like, it's just you doing your thing, and it's like everyone else has just got a million people around them, and there's like this guy telling them this and you should do that, and you're bouncing ideas off each other. It's like a fairly collaborative kind of environment, sometimes for better, sometimes for worse, but all this is going on. Like, you've just mastered certain parts of the game that, still people like maybe Marquez through turn threes, like he can obviously get shit cranked pretty good in there, but it's just like, to this day, I mean, we're talking like a while ago now, and it's all this stuff just still stacks up, and it was just Casey just working on his own shit.
Definitely not with the technical side. Technical side, we always, debriefed, always ran ideas through each other, and when I had something that I wanted him to go forward with, we'd decide how much we do and all the rest of it. We'd work together on all that side of things. But in terms of riding, no one could tell me how to do my job better than me. So it was just all about me adapting as best as possible. I never had anybody out on the track telling me somebody's doing something different here. A couple of times with Honda, we had a guy that basically drove the trucks and organised all the team, which was Roger, and he was fantastic. He'd normally, maybe a couple of times a year, he'd go, oh, this guy looks like he's doing this a little bit different. It looked quite good, so give that a try. And that was really helpful, say, when you didn't have much dry track time. And, people weren't being filmed, so you couldn't really see what they were doing through the practice sessions. And sometimes he was able to help like that, but generally it was all just, you had to figure the stuff out yourself. Like I said, I've always I have struggled to have people try and tell me what to do, especially with riding and things like that, because they don't know my process, how and why I do things. Therefore, they're going, oh, Jorge's much faster than you through the middle of the corner. Well, number one, he's on a Yamaha. I can't carry corner speed like a Yamaha, especially on a Ducati. And Jorge is a completely different rider to me. So I learned off him where I could, but realistically, I could never really learn off Jorge. He was so polar opposite to my riding style. There was nothing I could do. So nobody could ever really tell me how I needed to ride the bike, because it was, it was so different. And there was rarely a day that I was riding badly. So,
yeah.
I often didn't have criticism from anybody around the team in that.
Was there ever, did you ever get comfy in terms of, who you were? You had to play a certain role, especially you're the world champion, and then, the guy that's winning so many races, and you and Valentino for that period is the face of the sport. It's is there ever a point where you felt comfortable in that role that you kind of had to play? Because you do have to play the part in a sense, right?
I don't think I ever became comfortable. I accepted it. I think it's a big difference, the acceptance, rather than, that whole thing. I just told myself to get on with it. But yeah, certainly never became comfortable. And the more you won, it was very clear to me how much attention you get winning rather than finishing second or third. So in 2010, we struggled that season. Everybody went to the new forks, which made a really big step forward, and we were stuck back on the old ones, and we were just that little step behind everyone.
Was that the year the front just kept going?
Yeah. So we were trying everything we could to get some feel back for it, and we just couldn't get it until the end of the season, when we made a huge step on the bike, and it worked. That was where the grinder comes into it. But that year, I felt guilty for enjoying traveling that year because I wasn't getting the attention.
Yeah.
People were still recognizing me in all the airports, all the rest of it, but they were coming up to you probably 70 to 80% less because I was finishing seconds and thirds.
That's crazy, eh?
And I didn't win until Aragon, I think, that year. So I did not get...
Pumped.
Oh, it was... it's a bit like me with COVID. I love the masks.
Yeah.
It's really nice. It's really nice traveling. You just feel a little bit less. I don't get tense. It's really, for me, I didn't have a problem with it at all. But yeah, 2010 made me realize how much less pressure you have when you are not winning. And people don't realize that, they think that all the guys have the same pressure on them, and some of them to keep their rides and things. Yes, they do. But, when you're winning and you're expected to win, the extra pressure is huge. And Phillip Island, year after year, okay, won the first one, yep, all good. Second one, they're kind of expecting you to, yep, did it sweet. Third one, okay, well, I'm getting a bit more pressure here, and there's a lot of expectation. And then each year it went on, it's like, holy crap, if you don't win here, then, especially since I think in the 6 years, I didn't lead 2 laps of all those races that I won in a row at Phillip Island. So there was a lot of expectation, and it was that easy to crash around that place. It always felt, a bit tense and everything to not stuff up rather than to go out and enjoy it. So it was never enjoyable in the end.
Do you think that knowing what you know now, because obviously hindsight is always 20/20.
Yep.
Do you think that if you went back and just you kept everything the same, but all you did was just have this new knowledge, you couldn't have any different bikes, you couldn't have, so it's you and Adri doing the same thing, the kids came at the same time, everything was the same, except you just know more about yourself. Do you think that you could go back and enjoy the fame and enjoy, not necessarily, because there's a difference between, I guess, enjoying it for what it is, as opposed to buying into it and swimming in the fame kind of thing, I guess to a weird analogy, it's it's there and you got it as a pool that you can sit and look over the balcony, and there's this nice pool that you've got in your yard, but you're not swimming in it all the time. Whereas if you just love the fame, you're just lapping it up, you're just in there every single day. But do you think there's a way that you could go back now, knowing, especially knowing about anxiety, there'd be a bunch of stuff that I'm sure you could do to just get through that process a lot easier these days? Do you think knowing what you know now, it could be more fun?
I think it would be not necessarily more fun, because the racing side was always the same for me.
Just hectic.
I think if I had a little bit more knowledge, it would have made the media side a little easier. I think knowledge in dealing with the media and how to ride things out with that side of things could have helped me a lot. Again, I had no one on my side.
Yeah.
I had no teachings. I went from being pretty much a nobody to then world champion. And so I had everything dumped on me instantly. It wasn't like I came up through the lower categories getting slightly more and more and more attention with success. It was literally like I was a nobody. I wasn't even considered a fly on the bottom of the shoe. And then all of a sudden I won a world championship. And I was a serious threat from then on out.
And you were young.
And I was young. So I went from nothing to everything, and it took me aback. I didn't handle it well. Looking back, there were so many things that I cringe at. I'm like, mate, that was ridiculous.
What was it about it though? Like, what was the element of it that you struggled with the most?
Just the attention.
Just too much.
Well, from nothing to everything.
Yeah.
It was just like, it's something I've never liked anyway.
Yeah.
I've never wanted to race to become famous.
Yeah.
Ever. I wanted to race to win, and that was it. And so the fame was a really hard thing to take. And, it was week after week. It never left you. It didn't matter where you went, where you traveled, especially in Europe. It was just, you got recognized everywhere you went. And I didn't enjoy being recognized and looked at and spoken about. You could hear people whisper and all that, just constant.
Weird,
and
right?
I was just, it never felt comfortable. Yeah. I never spent money. I never flew private or anything, like just about everybody is these days. So I was always very tense. Yeah. So traveling was not an enjoyable thing for me. I didn't enjoy traveling. I just wanted to go home.
Yeah.
After the race, I just wanted to go home. My holiday was at home. And that's probably the biggest thing I probably messed up on, was probably having somebody to help take a little bit of the pressures away from me and organize things a little better.
Yeah. Were you dealing with like just so much day-to-day bullshit as well that you probably shouldn't have been dealing with? Like, you probably, like, there's a way it can go with man friends to where it's like they have a fucking liability and then they're there for the wrong reasons, and it's like so for instance, like, Jack runs a pretty similar program. Like, it's just pretty much him, and he's got Tommy that's there. And like, I mean, I personally think that if I was Jack, I would just say to Franco, who's his best mate, they've known each other forever, like, hey, you just need to come with me and like be my fucking guy. Just to have a mate, have that vibe around you, have a guy that can you can deflect some of that stuff off, like, because it can just be too much if you're like dealing with it directly. But then it's weird because, like, for, let's say, Jack and Franco, they've been best friends forever, and Franco is the kind of guy that is like, would barely let you pay for his dinner, let alone pay the guy a wage. But it's like, that's probably the dude that you need, just to have someone there that you just fully trust, that's there. And like, you don't want Adri doing it all. Like, she's your buddy, your wife, like, you want to enjoy like partner time as opposed to like a business kind of relationship. But it'd be so hard to commit to having like a good friend that is just kind of there. And I guess that takes like a special sort of dude. But were you just dealing with too much stuff and you kind of didn't have that around you?
Yeah, I definitely didn't have enough of that around me, because as much as you think the team's all there for you, the team's half the ones that are just crushing you with stuff. They want to get as much out of you as they can, and I was never the
especially when you start winning, because the bonus checks are coming and they're like, we're paying you so much money.
Exactly. Well, I was still not paid much in terms of Ducati compared to every other one else there. But they never stop. They don't know when to stop. They go, right, you're winning races, you're doing all this, you're winning the World Championship, we're already getting a ton more exposure, and they just want to get more and more and more. And it never, ever stopped. And that's where it was hard for me. And one of the reasons I left Ducati, not only that, it wasn't the main reason whatsoever, but it was hard dealing with them, because they just wanted to take as much as they can out of you and use you for as much as they can to get sponsors and get everything else.
Which does make sense to a degree. It makes
sense to a certain degree.
Diminishing returns.
Exactly. So you've got to, it's a bit like you got to look after your investment as well.
Yeah.
And that's something they don't do well. And they still, to this day, do not do that well. And so that's sort of a little bit frustrating. That made it hard. With Honda, it was a lot better. Things were a lot more organised, a lot more planned out. They let you know a lot more further in advance what was happening. So my last couple of years in Honda was a lot more relaxed. I still would have liked it to be a bit better, but overall it was a lot more relaxed in that way. I think if you've got a friend there with you, yes, it can be a good thing, but it can also be a bad thing. Everything turns into a joke. Everything turns into a bit of fun.
Yeah.
As you know, for me, I don't believe you're there to have fun. I believe you're there to make sacrifices and get job done that you're supposed to. So it doesn't mean that you're not supposed to have any fun at all, because that will literally take your career and shorten it and all the rest of it. But I think there are far too many athletes out there that go, oh, it's not me, I just want to be me. Well, that's great. Now go and win races.
Yeah.
And then they'll make excuses as why they're not winning races, and they're not fit enough, and they're all these sort of things because they're just there to have fun. But yet, as you're talking about, they want to win. They want to be world champion, but they don't want to make a sacrifice because they don't want to change their lifestyle. And that's something I have a big problem with in today's society, let alone the races of today and sports athletes of today. They expect to get more than what they're deserved, I suppose.
Yeah.
And, you're not going to get anywhere without sacrifice. Not only for the fact that, sacrifice does a lot for showing your sponsors and your team how much effort you're putting in, but at the same time, it's hard for me to explain what sacrifice does and what it means, but it means a commitment from you.
Yeah.
And I just don't see anybody committing these days. They just go, well, if I can't be me, I don't want to be here. Well, okay, there's the door sort of thing. These are amazing opportunities that people are lining up to take.
Yeah.
You need to make the most of it, and the only way to do that is to sacrifice.
And you think about it too, man. Like, let's say you're a fireman. You've got X amount of hours that constitute a career. Like, let's say you work there from when you're 27 to 65. You'll work X number of hours, and that's your career. And then it's like, in my mind anyway, like you did what so few people have ever been able to do in sport, which is to get a career's worth of earning, or like a life worth of earning, and then like jam that into a really, really short career. But it's still a career. And in my eyes, it makes sense that you would essentially work the same amount of hours as, like, let's say that fireman in his huge career. You've just condensed it. And then because you've been willing to condense that total sum of hours into a much smaller package, and it's more focused attention, you get a 10x return on that time because you sacrificed and put it all into this short period. Like, that's how I kind of see it. And I mean, I think about it in a similar way with the podcast at times. It's like most people that are close to me and close to my in my circle will just say, like, you work too much. You need to take some time. And I'm like, I'm uncomfortable right now because I'm not where I want to be. Like, I don't want to be comfortable here. That apartment I'm living in, this place, this isn't comfortable. This isn't my idea of what I want. So I'm not going to get comfortable here. Like, I need to be uncomfortable. Like, I need to cram in this much.
You need to make your sacrifice.
It's sacrifice. So, I mean, to me as an athlete, and you said it perfectly, like, you get this opportunity. So it's like, man, fucking send it. 24 hours a day. Like, just make your life about this thing for X amount of years, and then you're done. And then you can live, like, there's just not many places in life where you can get given this opportunity to make a life's worth of earnings in 7 years. And, like, when you obviously saw it like that, as like, I can just get all the bread right now and then dip.
Well, if everything went as your, let's say your dreams do, I wanted to be a 5-time world champion by the time I was 25 and retire.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that until a friend of mine who used to be my mechanic in the 250 class. He's like, I remember, I think I was 27 when I retired.
Yeah.
And he came up to see me anyway and said, I remember back in the 250 class, you told me exactly that. You wanted to be world champion 5 times, when he asked me what was my ideal world. Because I also never wanted to win more than Mick doing.
Yeah.
Mick was my idol. Mick was everything. He showed me how determined you needed to be, how many sacrifices you
He
needed
did
to
the
make.
same thing. He did the same thing.
And so I wanted to, if I ever got the opportunity, I wanted to be a 5-time world champion by the time I'm 25 and retire. Done. Reality.
Yeah.
Reality
Instagram
arrives.
versus reality.
I was 16.
2-time world champ. Fucking hell.
I was 16, 17 and looking at, ending my career because I was just, I didn't think I was good enough. I didn't have a good crew chief. He certainly didn't make me feel good about myself. So I, nearly threw it all away then. So, I'm very, very grateful for where I am. And so many people always say, what would you go and change in your career? And there's not a whole lot because it got me to where I am today. It got me to understand the position I'm in my life and appreciate the position I'm in. So if I went and redid those bits, I don't know if I ever would have got to where I am. So I'm very grateful for every moment, whether good or bad. It's an experience I had to go through.
Yeah. And I mean, you did what a lot of athletes say they want to do, which is, you get in, secure the bag, and then you leave, and then you've got this life to live, like you're still a young dude and you're retired and you can work on your golf swing and you can hang out with your girls and you can do all of the things. But there's a period of, 15 years where that was not the case. And, you got to do one of the world's coolest jobs, but it wasn't a job that you enjoyed doing. You weren't like frothing every day to put your socks on and go to work. But it's like,
really.
Like you could see, like you had the foresight to go like, I just got to buckle down 15 years of just putting myself last. Cause that's what a sacrifice is there's like this conversation of what you would like, what would I want to do today? Of like, today I would like to go play golf. And it's like, cool. Well, the eye doesn't get what it wants.
Yeah.
I have
get
to
your ass up and go training and
sacrifice. And then, you end up getting there. Why is it hard for athletes to do that then? If like the model's there, Mick Doohan, Casey Stoner.
I really don't think they realise.
Really? You just think it's actual ignorance? It's
literally ignorance. So many of them that want to go and, I don't want to train, I want to go surf, and, I don't want to do this. For instance, in MotoGP, people that think riding dirt bikes is enough training through the week. Well, no, it's not. You need to go running or cycling or do whatever to get your everything up. You need to go and do some gym work to work on the body. Doing a bit of track work and riding is not enough. It's not enough to carry you through those races when everything's not going well. And that's why I believe you see such differences in the results at the moment. People will win one week and they're finishing, 14th, 15th the next, and you go, oh, it just wasn't my day. Well, no, you needed to make it your day, which means take every element that could have affected that and minimize it all. And then all of a sudden it's a top 5 or a top 3 is your bad result. And I just don't see that out of so many races these days. There's just always an excuse. There's always a reason why it's happened. I think it's because they're not ticking every box. They're not wanting it enough.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you just would think that it's like really obvious what it takes to win, and like there's the guys like Ricky Carmichael, for me, comes to the front of everyone. Everyone knows he struggled to keep off his weight and things like that when he was younger racing. He was pretty big. Look how much he worked his ass off, and it's the people that have to work. So there's the diesel workhorses, then there's the people that don't want to put the work in, and then there's your people who don't want to put the work in but do. And it's generally the people that don't want to put the work in but do that are the most successful because they have made the most sacrifices. And they've had to drag themselves out of bed every day to go and make it happen. You get the diesels, which love training, love doing it all. They're out there just every day, but they're basically just flatlining. There's no peak troughs. They can't go and find that next level because it comes to them too much enjoyment. And they're not taking themselves to that next level. They're just happy to train every day, and it's just this big sort of flowing rainbow. But they'll never get to the top. And then you get the guys that are talented, generally a bit more lazy, and they won't do the extra work because they just make an excuse for why that race didn't work, even though they're not fit enough. They didn't train hard enough. They didn't work hard enough in their weaknesses. But then they'll get the occasional win and everybody sings their praises and go, oh, this guy's amazing, he's talented. Look how talented he is.
Talent will only take you so far before hard work will take you the rest. And if you don't have the right ethic, then you won't get there. Simple.
So, have you thought much about what talent is?
To a certain degree, but at the same time, no, because I think talent is there's a certain amount of natural talent, and then talent can be in other areas, which is work ethic.
Yeah.
Which is your talent doesn't necessarily mean a natural field talent. It can be hard work. There's so many people, like, for example, let's go Ryan Dungey.
Yeah.
Not the most talented rider of all time, but God, he worked his ass off.
Yeah.
And he enjoyed training to a certain degree, and he sort of got in that diesel mode where he was good, he was fit, he was strong, but he didn't have that next level that Villopoto was willing to go to. And then he got with Olden Baker, and it forced him to go out of his comfort zone with his training, and it forced him to sort of go to another level. And then we saw him win 3 championships. And then you've got Kenny Roxon, who, I love what he's come back from, all the rest of it. But Kenny's too much of a fun-loving, I just want to go surf and I want to have a bit of fun today. Yeah, that's all great. But there's a reason he hasn't won the Supercross Championship. And everybody will say it's bad luck, it's this, it's everything that's happened to him, etc., etc. There's a point you've just got to go, right, you've got to make the sacrifice. Our careers are short, as you were saying, and you have to make the most of it. And you can't go in there just going, I'm just going to enjoy my career and have fun and let it come to me. Well, it doesn't come. You've got to go and get it.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see like that exact same scenario play out with like a Cooper Webb. Like the guy that's beating. It's like, what's that? Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. Like
I like that one.
You're seeing a guy in Coop that almost is. He's almost like pumped on his weaknesses in a way. It's like the excuses that he could have are the things that drives him. It's like he kind of plays off like, oh, Kenny's more talented, Sexton's more talented, these guys are more talented, and then he uses that. It's like there's kind of like fuel in that, and then you're seeing a guy that can like mentally break people down as well, And like I actually think Hunter's in a pretty unique spot this year, because the guys that he's going to go for in this championship, with Colt getting hurt on the weekend, he can mentally like break these dudes down. Like like you've seen Craig in seasons before, you've seen Mosman in seasons before. Like there's even a point where you can be a guy like Hunter that can use your competitors' mental weaknesses or perceived mental weaknesses as like that extra motivator and that extra fuel,
I think the big thing that needs to, in my opinion, what needs to happen with the riders in Supercross, if you want to be good there, is to not get involved in all the petty little takeouts and clean-outs and all the rest of them. Like, yeah, they all love getting into each other and forgetting that, when it comes down to a championship fight, even if you're not against this guy, he's going to make sure he puts you over the berm and puts you out of a championship. Like, stop getting in fights. Like, it's just, they can't seem to help themselves. And the best one is like Vince Freezy. I mean, my gosh, that dude just needs to step out of the way sometimes. Can't help but try and get into the side of everyone, and then he loses another 2 positions. Like, they can't see far enough forward. Considering he's a veteran, he should be able to know a little better by now. He gets good starts. If someone's way faster, yeah, you can try and cover your lines a little bit. Stop jumping across the track to stop everybody coming through. And then when they do come through, don't try and just jump back straight on them. Figure out who's around you. Make sure there's a bit of space if you are going to dive on them. There's no one to
You're not going to lose 3 positions.
You're not going to lose 3. But I see the same stuff, and I swear it's getting worse year by year, that they just can't see what's actually going to happen.
Well, so Colt Nichols, I think, speaking on that, Colt played everybody in last year's East Coast Championship. He was like the night that Jet had his deal with Mosman, and like those two just like got into it, and then Jet run it in on Colt, and Colt was just like, dude, what are we doing here? And then like literally, instead of like you said, getting in a fight, went over to him. That's the first time they'd really spoken that much. Sat down next to Jet, put his arm around him. Hey man, like all good, blah, blah. just completely like diffused that whole situation. He just like flew under the radar and like ended up walking away.
No, I was very sad to see what happened to him round one.
Big injury too.
He was going to be hard to beat.
Oh, big time.
But yeah, now it's sort of, you know, we don't really know what's going to happen. I think, like you said, Hunter's in a very, very strong position.
Yeah.
And if he just keeps his nose clean, gets through, makes good passes, doesn't start any nitty-gritty fights with anyone unnecessarily, and just keeps his head down, then he'll be fine.
What do you think about like shit talking though, in a sense? Because like I think that, so like Craig and they did the press conference, now that the press conferences are back. So Craig, I think Hunter just owned the press conference the other day, but one of the guys mentioned something to Hunter about Jet, and then Craig was just like, can we just go through one press conference without mentioning Jet? And I was just like, oh, you just turned your cards around and just showed everybody like what that button was to be pressed now. And then, you know, if I'm Hunter, I'm like literally looking, I'm like, okay, so that's how it is. Like, so there's obviously, to me, that just showed like instantly like, oh, you can get in Craig's head easily. Like Jet's not even on the same coast.
I think you don't even need to.
You know? Yeah, okay.
Just completely don't even say a word.
Mum's the word.
Just let it ferment in their heads. Like, just let it go. Just don't get involved in anything. Like, if that's one thing I'd go back and tell myself, is just not get involved in any of that crap.
Yeah.
It's hard when your emotions are flying high and all the rest of it, and especially when you're younger. But let them do all the talking.
Yeah.
They can fight both sides of it themselves without you even needing to say a word. So but like the less you do, the less you say, it doesn't get inside their head, because if you say something and chirp off and then it doesn't happen and it backfires in you, they've won that hand. Yeah. So just don't do it. But then stay out of it.
You look at Coop. I feel like Coop beat Kenny at what round last year, you know?
But even Coop, he just sort of gave a few sly smiles and things. There wasn't a lot in there. It was just a few smiles and the tiny little comments without him being anything direct.
Yeah.
You know, that there wasn't a lot that needed to be done. You know, he sort of, like I said, Kenny did it to himself.
Yeah.
Kenny had the talent, speed, everything. And, you know, Coop just sort of keeps chugging away and keeps breaking him down. But it's because they know he's just there. He's just going to keep coming and keep coming. So if you just put yourself as that guy, you don't need to say a thing. So a lot of people think the mind games work, but to a lot of people, the mind games just make it stronger. Like for me, if anybody tried any of the mind games with me, it just pissed me off, and it was like, well, don't do it. Same thing with Cooper. Pretty sure, you know, he just gets more motivated and faster the more anybody tries to trash talk. So you do have to know your competitors, and it occasionally can work, but in my opinion, stay away from it all. Yeah. Just let you ride and do the talking, and that's it, without cleaning anybody out. You don't need to be a dirty racer to go and win championships. I think it's clear that the dirty racers of the decades generally haven't won the championships. Yeah. You know, occasionally they get lucky, but most of the time the guys that are dirty with everyone, and then everyone's pissed off with them, and you're trying to race against 20 other guys that want to clean you out. Yeah. So just stay out of it. It's not a good business model. No, it's not worth it.
We could be looking at a West Coast champion from the Sunshine Coast and an East Coast champion from the Sunshine Coast. Like, especially with Colt going out on the weekend, Hunter coming from, like, he was 12th the first lap, but like he was basically third last when he went into the first turn. And then I think Jet is probably the favorite on the East. So it's like, dude, we could literally be looking at two Aussie US like AMA champs. Like, really, 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 we could be looking at that.
That's pretty awesome. So I can't wait, and I hope the best for both those boys, and you know, hopefully the path is nice and smooth, and they keep themselves without injuries, and then you know, jump into the 450 class, and you know,
wreck shop.
Oh, it'd be unreal. I really can't wait.
So what do you see from each of those boys that you like and maybe dislike?
Not a lot to dislike. I would say for Jet, he needs to not get involved with those little, like I said, they might have little feuds and things like that.
He does like that. It seems like he enjoys it.
It's good, but at the same time, it lost him a championship.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but don't get involved with it. It is not worth it. Yeah, it might make you feel pretty good one week when it works for you, and then next week he literally puts you over a berm, you got a broken arm, and it's like, maybe it wasn't worth it.
Yeah.
So it's that whole thing. I don't care if you like it. Don't do it. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
Just
again, business.
Yeah. When you're that much faster than everybody as well, stop getting in the little pathetic fights. If you make friends in the class rather than enemies, no one's going to want to clean you out.
Yeah.
But if you make enemies, everybody you overtake is going to be trying to put you over that berm, and it's not worth it. I mean, the FIM doesn't penalise anything by the seam of it in Supercross.
Yeah.
I mean, you can literally get away with anything, and I don't see how that's right. I know that people love a bit of bashing and all the rest of it, but if you're going to be smarter than everybody else, and you have to be, stay out of those little petty battles. You know, you can always make strong passes. You don't need to make those dirty ones where they're going to get you back. There's always a return serve, and it's just not worth it.
Yeah, that's so true. And as a general thing with Jet, like, are you seeing a potential superstar? Like, who was that chick that was there on the weekend?
Sarah Cameron, like the Outer Banks.
Yeah, was that? So there was some chick that Jet was with that had like 12 million followers, and then the dude that she was like, what's she, like an actress or something? Yeah, like an actress, and then the dude that she was with is like another celebrity kind of guy, like, and then he's like want to bring in those people to A1, and like, it's so hard, and this is what me and him spoke about on the podcast, is like, okay, I want you to be that guy. I want you to be the dude that puts the sport on his back and says like, all right, I'll fucking take all the heat that I'm going to get for being a celebrity and blah, 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 and all that. I've got this ego and I think I can do this. I think, okay, cool. Well, it's going to take a little bit of that. But then it's also, that's almost got to be like a facade, like a character that you play, and then you've got to know it's a character. Mm-hmm. And then you've got to be able to like literally park that dude in the garage and then be the guy that is the humble guy with his family and is, you know, not better than anybody else. Like, so, I mean, are you looking at Jet like he can be that superstar guy? Like, he's got the personality, he's got the like the on the bike side of it.
I think so, but at the same time, he's 17, 18.
Yeah.
Trying to split those and essentially having a split personality at a young age, no, he just needs to focus on racing.
Yeah.
It's this whole thing of, you know, you can go around and try and create something at such a young age, but then what if you don't make it because you didn't tick all the boxes and line everything up correctly? You were worried about things that you didn't need to. Just get on with racing, go and win some championships first, then you can do all that stuff. Yeah. Plenty of time for that afterwards to bring everybody in. But if you're trying to bring everybody in and then basically completely flop, then that's not going to look real good, you know. Just takes a bit of concentration away, and it's something that I was actually quite surprised. I went to, it was a couple of years ago now, to the Monster Energy Cup.
Yeah.
And I found so many of the Supercross riders were out at a party the night before. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Then, you know, they go and crash that next night and say it's unlucky. I'm like, no, it's not. It's a bad decision.
Yeah.
So it's that kind of thing, you know, you get drawn into that industry a bit too much where it's all about, you know, what you're doing and how you're looking. Then you're just one of these fun-loving, you know, sweet guys that isn't putting the work in. You need to make sure you put the work in. And as long as you're not making any mistakes and that's not taking away from your results, by all means.
Yeah.
But for me, especially as a young rider, you need to go out, get those results first, prove your worth, and then you can sort of move on from there. But, you know, both the Lawrence brothers have immense talent. We've got Hunter, who, you know, I feel like, I don't know them personally, I feel like he's a bit more of the hard worker and a bit more methodical. He's going to work his ass off, and he could be the one you got to watch out for. It's a bit like Villapoto in the lights class compared to Alessi. Alessi kicked his ass all the way, and then you get up and Villapoto is one of the greatest of all time. So you've got to look at sort of those aspects, and you got to watch out for the dark horses that are going to be in the shadows working and lurking rather than the guys that are in the limelight.
Yeah.
Try not to ride that limelight too much, especially when you're young.
And I think with Hunter too, there's a lot to overcome for him because of the attention for Jet.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, like, I know that Darren and Emma would say that Jet had the luxury of seeing all the mistakes they made with Hunter in a sense, and then Jet kind of just like got to ride the coattails in a way. But I think now there's probably like this dip that would have happened. This is just me, like I don't know this for a fact at all, but this is just how I would see the situation. Like there probably is a dip that takes place in Hunter's like mental when he gets injured. Jet's crazy on the rise, and then there's all this like kind of fanfare about him, and that I could see that being a dip. But I really feel like, especially with the ride at A1, that you're seeing a guy that just fully put all that shit to bed in his own mind. Like he kind of got through a bit of that slump and is now just like so fucking down to get it done, because I feel like there would be a lot to overcome as like the older brother watching the younger brother do what he did, you know. Like I feel like that is something that you, regardless of what you said, that would be something to work through. But the fact that you work through that, I think that's going to make him like a really like a stronger dude going forward.
I think we can look at it almost in the way that, you know, Ricky Carmichael had to work his ass off, train harder than probably everybody out there to get his results. And it might be the same way that every heartache and everything you go through makes you stronger. As long as you don't literally fall off and let it affect you and all that, it only makes you stronger. It makes you deal with things. It makes you more resistant, resilient. So for Hunter, I can see that only being a benefit for him. As much as, you know, it might be hard. I haven't had, you know, a little brother. I can't sit there and say what it was going to be like. But if I was Hunter, I would enjoy the fact that I'm not getting the attention.
Yeah.
Fly under the radar, work my ass off. Then all of a sudden I'm like, hey, I'm here.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, it's going to be a massive added bonus for Hunter to do it this way. To sit back like that, basically, and like I said, just go to work, worry about his own thing, not get involved with all the rest of it. It's the biggest thing I can basically say for young riders is just don't get involved with all the hype, basically.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it's very hard, number one, to deal with. Number two, it takes away from what you want. And you need to ask yourself what you want.
Yeah.
And if it's to win races, then go win races.
Yeah.
If it's to be famous, then go be famous.
Yeah.
So you need to figure out what you want and then basically do your job accordingly.
So to talk about the mind games, you and Valentino definitely did not have a good relationship for like probably the entire time that you guys were racing together. Actually, I was speaking of that. This is where some nice research comes in handy. You said that you liked him all the way until you started beating him, and like you lost that respect for him. That must have been the weirdest thing in the world, to go from like being nobody to then beating Rossi, beating him for world championships. You become probably his biggest, right, like most fierce competitor. Like, what was it like to live through that? And obviously you guys are super cool nowadays, so it's like that's you guys are pretty
yeah, all good.
So it's like full circle. You've got this gift now of looking back at it from this place where like you guys are sweet. But when you look back at that now, what was that rivalry like? It
was hard, to be honest. Not just a rivalry with Valentino, but, you know, it wouldn't matter because I've raced against Danny and Jorge my whole career, so they've been my toughest rivals for the longest period. But for those couple of years with Valentino, you know, he did make life difficult. He had the media absolutely wrapped around his finger.
The fans.
That
would have been crazy. I did not realise that was as big a deal as what it was, but fuck that. That would have been gnarly.
Well, we had, you know, Adriana was on the back of the scooter when we go into the box. Several times we had people try and rip us off the bike. Like, while we're riding along on the scooter, they'd literally try and rip you in the arm and take you off the bike. So they'd step out in front of you. They'd do everything to try and make you crash. They would do anything to basically injure you or do something to take you out of the race. Basically, the fans is something that Valentino's never really put a stop to that. You know, when they booze, he's always just like, you know, I'm just going to ride this wave. And as much as that's okay, it's also pretty bad. Some of the stuff they were willing to do, and they'd write shit on my motorhome and all that sort of stuff. So have threats and all sorts of stuff. So in the early years, again, I went from nothing to all of that, and it was like, crap, this is a lot to take on. I still felt like I did quite a good job of just getting on with our racing. I got wound up in it a couple of times that I learnt from, and like I said, I don't think I would ever go back and do it differently. I needed to go through those things to learn, because I came into it so quickly. I didn't learn it in a progressive way. It was like it was just thrown at me. So I learnt about media. I learned about people. It helped me with my racing because I was not soft with people, but I always had a massive amount of guilt. If I just made somebody run wide, I had guilt that I wanted to let them back pass because I'm like, oh, that wasn't a clean pass, you know. I'm not talking about hitting them or anything. If they just went slightly wide because I took their line, I felt guilty. And then riding with Valentino made me realise, okay, I've got to stop this. So basically with Valentino, every single time I overtook him, I would try and make him run wide because that's all he ever did to me. My whole career, he would just wait to the last moment, bam, inside, make me stand up or run me wide or do something. So I was like, right, I've just got to return serve and let him know he can't keep doing that because unfortunately I was too nice in the early years and then, I let people get on top of me in that way. And that was a great part in my career is I just needed to start being a little bit more selfish, needed to start riding for me a little bit more. And then that basically meant that not necessarily being dirty. I would never, ever count myself as being a dirty rider.
Mate, you were the Vince Friesen MotoGP.
Just sat in the front and just swerved all over the track.
You were just a roadblock.
Just cross-rut everywhere.
Vince is actually a nice guy.
Yeah, but
he doesn't ride like a nice guy.
No, he doesn't. He needs to think about things a little bit more, be a little bit more thoughtful. But no, I mean, that really helped me massively going forward. With the rest of my career then, I was a lot more confident in the rider that I was because I didn't have to worry all the time. So, that helped me step a long way forward, was learning from Valentino how to deal with the media, how to deal with riders on track. You'll find a lot of Latin blood, and clearly in America too, they don't mind a bit of contact. They don't mind, trying to swipe you here and there. So letting them know that you're not a pushover is one thing, but I still didn't need to resort to being dirty, to get the job done.
You talk about, I guess, like you are the example of the guy that was just never comfortable in that environment, and you were never drinking the Kool-Aid. You were never like wanting the fame, and then opposite you on the podium or next to you on the podium, you're going 1-2 or 2-1, is the guy in Valentino that seemed to just love that, and there's guys that can deal with it in such a different way, and he seemed to like thrive off that energy and loved having the crowd with him. And was that a trip to be, you guys are in the same class going 1 and 2 or 2 and 1 or whatever it is, and it's like, talk about, there's a bunch of ways to skin a cat. Like, there's a dude that was probably your, like, the antithesis of Casey Stoner is Valentino Rossi, and you guys just fire and ice every single time. Was it, like, weird for you to like, see someone so different from you in that sort of sense as well?
Yes and no, because I'd been with, I'd been in the GP class long enough, not necessarily MotoGP against Valentino, but I'd been amongst Europeans that love to celebrate their victories. I mean, they literally have to come up with
like celebration
plans and everything, and I'm like, really? Like, I can't get on board with that. That's expectation and like, yeah, I'm going to win kind of thing, and then they don't. What does it just sit in the crate, for several more races or months until they do win, and then they're like, oh yeah, we planned this. Like every weekend they have to go and plan what corner they've got to meet them on if they win. They've got to go through this whole thing. It's not just, spur of the moment, yeah, look what's here. It's like they've got to plan this whole thing and the outfits and it's a lot to go through just for a little celebration. But anyway, each to their own. And I think a lot of Europeans do it to try and sort of do a bit of bravado to sort of say, like, look, I won, I get to do this and show off in front of you and show that you didn't win. And sometimes it affected me, not so much their celebrations, but, the way they go on in the podium, all the rest of it. It's as if they won a world championship, not just a race. And for me, I learned a lot from that, and reading the way that they would react to how I would react.
Yeah.
And they used to love seeing when any of their competitors were upset or annoyed or pissed off. But in the end, I learned very quickly to be happy for my competitors. It was like, hey, today I didn't have it, you did. And they couldn't understand it. I remember Jorge and Danny both staring at me just like puzzled as to how I could be so genuinely happy for them. And they were just like, no, this can't be right. What sort of game are you playing? What mental game? And I was like, no, actually, I take the mental game out of it. I'm literally happy for you because I didn't have it today. Unless they did something real dirty to me that I was a bit upset with it. But generally, they never did because they didn't have to. I had so much respect for my competitors and so much respect for, like, look, I didn't have it on the day. You had it better than me. I've got nothing more to say, so I may as well enjoy the moment and be happy for you. I'm not going to, go back to my team and go, yeah, I'm really happy with second or third,
But you could be genuinely happy for them.
But I could be genuinely happy for them. And they did not understand it. So the moment I did that, and that's what I'm talking about in Supercross, don't make enemies.
Mm.
There's more than one way to skin a cat.
Yeah.
You don't need to go and make enemies. And if you've got more friends in the class, less problems you're going to have. You show a front wheel, they're not going to close you down.
Yeah.
They show a front wheel to you, they're not going to put you over the barriers. It's pretty clear. So I think that aspect I was able to get around that whole thing with my competitors, and then basically we formed basically a big respect for each other. It sort of didn't matter who won on the weekend. We still weren't lying down, but maybe we weren't giving people what they wanted in the big feuds and all the rest of it. But we'd still throw down on the weekend. But we'd show respect to their fellow competitors.
And I guess that could then probably lead itself to the annoyance with the media, is that when there was you weren't giving them any storylines, then there's nothing left for them to do but to just kind of fabricate some shit, and then you get dragged into.
I was the worst thing in the world for MotoGP. Yeah.
Really, in that sense?
Well, in that sense, you're basically saying they've got no headlines each week. Yeah. So we still had some. And if it bleeds, great races. Yeah, exactly. So, I'm quite proud of that, to be honest.
Yeah, kept your nose clean the whole time.
Not in the early years, but yeah, in the later years, I learned a lot.
So when did you and Valentino squash the beef, so to say? Like, when did it start to come around? And was it like you genuinely didn't like him, or did you genuinely not like racing him and being around him? Because I guess it could be really hard to know him outside of that.
It was very hard to know him outside of that, and I know certain people that do know him. And what annoyed me about Valentino was that this was all just at me, or just at his competitors. It didn't need to be. We could have shown each other respect. I showed him respect. He didn't show any to me. So that's when I started getting quite pissed off, and I'm like, right, well, I'm going to make your life hell then. Just as much as you've tried to make mine, I will make sure that you're going to struggle as well. So I did everything I could, learn as much as I could in the media, got really friendly with a lot of the media as well, so they stopped writing as much shit about me. Yeah. And so, like I said, I learned a lot from Valentino, and I dare say as Valentino as a guy was probably fine. Yeah. And he was fine with me before I raced him. Yeah. But then as soon as I became a competitor, he literally just flipped a switch and went, I'm going to, try and make an enemy out of you. And it's one thing that I've been saying lately, the worst thing he ever did was make enemies. Because, well, all of his later enemies, his early enemies he defeated, they weren't as tough as us to come through. But he made an enemy out of me and Mark, and two people that he really shouldn't have, in my opinion. He tried to poke holes with Mark and everything, and they got along well at the beginning. Yeah. Then he became a competitor. Then all of a sudden, he made an enemy of Mark, and Mark caused him a lot of problems. And may have even cost him a championship in the end. So it's that whole thing, don't make enemies where you don't need to. Yeah. As much as you think it's doing the right thing and getting in people's heads, at the same time, if it doesn't work, like it didn't with certain riders, I tell you what, it's the worst thing you could ever do. Yeah. Because then those people just want to make sure you don't succeed. Even if it's not about them succeeding, they want to make sure you don't. Yeah. They don't want you to have your time in the spotlight.
Yeah.
So they will go out of their way to do it. So be very careful about those sort of things.
And so to play the other side of the court then, so you're Valentino, like why do it?
I think it's because in the past he had such a presence that he could do it. No offense to the competitors before us, basically, but he could get in their heads. You know, he would go up and the things he used to say and everything, it would make them fragile. But you know,
but you guys
with
kind
me,
of
it
come
doesn't.
up seeing that and seeing it for what it is in a way.
Not really, because so many people already were nervous going into that class because of Valentino's presence and all the rest of it. You're going in there with a guy with presence. You're not going in there to go and beat that guy.
Yeah.
It's like, well, frick, we all grew up thinking Valentino was nearly unbeatable.
Yeah.
You know, my career, I thought, man, if I can win 1 or 2 races, you know, in a year, bloody hell, that's awesome.
That's so crazy.
I had to keep changing my goals as I got closer to MotoGP. I went, well, I'm realistic here. I don't think I can go to the top. You know, I'm just going to try and do my best and win the occasional race. Try and get some podiums and pretty much finish second or third in the championship. Not necessarily beat Valentino. And then get there and realise, oh no, I can beat this guy. So then, you know, that's when the battles and everything started. So, but I think, you know, the competitors before us, Valentino was in their heads.
Yeah.
And they couldn't get him out, basically.
Kind of like when Bruce Irons came and finally beat Kelly Slater. It's like no one could. Like it takes someone to step up and be like...
And show it.
Just literally get in the dude's face and be like, fuck you, bro, I can beat you, you know? Because it kind of, I guess that's sort of what it takes to dethrone somebody. Because that's what... at the level of Rossi, it's like you're dethroning the king.
To a certain degree, yes. It depends on how you're coming in and viewing it. You know, again, it's the whole, you know, blowing up the hype and all that sort of thing. For me, I'm very much of a realist, and it was just like I was just worried about me. I wasn't worried about who I had to beat going into a weekend. I didn't visualize anything. I didn't do anything like that. It was like, right, let's just go to work. And if it came to us, great. If not, we worked for it. And I think that's the thing that probably annoyed so many people, and maybe even annoyed Valentino, is that I didn't hype it up.
Yeah, you didn't give him the respect that he thought he deserved.
It's not that I didn't give a crap. It's just though that realistically I didn't. It's always been about me versus me. Yeah. And unfortunately I have to race other people, so it's me versus other people. But the reason I was always upset after races and things like that, it's normally, it was me. Like I was annoyed at me and what I did wrong, and that's all I was thinking about was the things I could have done better. And trying to make sure I didn't make those mistakes again. But yeah, it just didn't really matter to me. It was whoever on the day I was racing. Didn't matter whether it was Valentino or Jorge or Danny, and you know, a lot of respect for the other riders, but it was those 3 guys that I was racing. You know, most of my MotoGP career was just us 3 on repeat sort of thing. So it was nice to know my competitors. But yeah, like I said, it was sort of whoever I was racing that year or that weekend, rather than, you know, looking at somebody up on a pedestal.
Is that why you love qualifying? Because it was literally just you versus you?
I think so. It was that tracks weren't always free. That's why I used to get quite snappy and annoyed on qualifying when people would literally be on your line and try and screw you over. But qualifying, you know, you had good grip, you had good tyres, and it was about getting the most out of it. You can't run qualifying laps for a race. I've only done it once in my entire career, or almost twice. Qualifying laps, your heart rate goes up so much higher. There's so much more tension and stress on every corner you go into. Like I said, that internal gyro is working overtime, trying to feel that last little bit. You're just squeezing the brakes that much harder to get that thing to turn that much more. You're just hoping it grips and holds. And there's an art to it, and it's a lot of fun. Like when it's a bit like in golf. You know, you swing, you hit that perfect shot. It's a bit like that. We're trying to get that perfect lap, perfect corner every time you can. Again, there's no such thing as perfection, but it's close to possible. And when you get it all right and you come through, it's such an amazing feeling that you just sort of, for me, I never got on race day.
Yeah.
Race day, it was all just like pressure of don't stuff up. Don't mess this up. You've been fastest all weekend. Do not stuff it up. And it's so easy to make a mistake, whereas in qualifying, you make a mistake, you might get injured. But but okay, I crashed, I'm not on pole, whatever, but in the race you got one chance. Not like motocross where you can go and lose the front, pick it up, you can freaking lose the front 4 times, still win a race. That ain't happening in road racing. It's one and done basically. So you can't mess up. You just cannot mess up, and that's where it's the pressure goes up, and it's more just relief at the end of the race that it's done. And so the more races that I could win at a slower speed, so if I could win a race at 70-80% riding rather than riding at 90 or 100, it was so much better. I got to enjoy it. But the ones where you're really pushing, it was it was great at the end of the race. It was like, finally, but you didn't get to enjoy it as much. There was just that element of pressure the whole time of just not to mess up.
You just said something funny there not funny, but reminds me of something that I've been thinking about a lot. I actually am starting to think that relief is the feeling that we crave more than anything else. Because there's been times where like...
What aspect?
What's that? Bang. Nailed it. But you can win like a world championship trophy, right? You can. This is not speaking from experience. You can win, bang. That's the goal. That's literally the reward at the end of it. But it's not the feeling from all of the people I've ever spoken to. It's not the feeling of getting that trophy that is the thing that feels good. The thing that feels good is the relief at the end of it. And I mean, because it must be something weird in human psychology, like that you need to have your motivational set point moved from where you are currently to a point in the future. And it's like that thing can be whatever. It can be get a meal, get a mate, win a championship, get a blah, whatever it is. But it's like the feeling that you get there is like relief. That's the thing that feels the best at the end of it all. And the relief seems to last longer than the holding the trophy or thinking about the win. It's like the relief is the thing that you can kind of sit in for a bit until you that set point moves again and you chase after that thing again.
I think in a lot of ways it's a little bit like night and day or hot and cold. It's like the opposite of it. So when you're in the moment and you've got all the pressure and everything of not messing up, the release is the relief is the polar opposite. So that's the bit you get to enjoy. It's like, you enjoy that, but then it's this part it's just it's like when you're out in the cold and then you get into a fire. It's that the cold's leaving my body, I can feel the warmth. It's that kind of thing. It's the tension's disappearing, the body's muscles, everything's relaxing. So you have to go through those hard times to have the good feelings kind of thing. It's a bit like training. It's hard to go through training. Sometimes it hurts and everything, but the rewards you get afterwards are huge. So it's a bit like your reward for for all the effort and everything you put in. But it's very true what you say, but it's hard to explain or understand what that is and why it's the best part of it.
It's weird because it's
not being in the moment. It's after the moment where you can reflect.
And you're just done. Like it's over. You can, and it's like the relief that you feel. The more pressure that you feel, the more the harder that you've had to work for something. Like the more anxiety that you feel around that thing, then the more relief that you feel. It's like in terms of the championship bonus, like money wise, or the trophy or the podium, like I feel like that's fairly capped out. Like it's sort of, even sex, like every time you have sex, it's like pretty well the same thing, like you can change the scenario or whatever, but in terms of like the feeling, how long it stays with you, when it passes, it's pretty well the same. Like, so I really do feel that there is something with just relief and just you finally it's like you climb the mountain and it's like a pressure, and then there's just like a release. And I think that's the feeling that you end up craving. And then it's like, then I think it works the other way, is when there's nothing in your life that you're working towards that can give you that relief, then it's like kind of an empty feeling.
Yeah.
So I think that's why
you need to have the body.
It's like a contraction and then release, contraction, release.
Basically, you need to have to a degree, you need to have anxiety.
Yeah.
Because you need to have that pent up, tight muscles, stress, all the rest of it, go through all the emotions, and then have the opposite of all that, which is nothing. So you need to feel that to, and like you said, the bigger, more important it is, or the more pressure that you've had, the bigger the relief. So it's it's a very hard one to sort of pinpoint, really, isn't it?
Yeah, but
spotlight.
I've been thinking about it recently though. Like something happened in there that someone just said like, oh, the relief that I felt at the end of it, and I was like, fuck, I think that's probably what you're chasing, and it's very uncomfortable, like to be in a place where there is some point in the future where you could potentially feel relief, like there's like a huge setup involved, and that would be pre-season, race 1, race 2, race 3, race 4, and it's like, yeah, you might win the opener, but that relief of the championship's still not there. So it's almost like this thing that you can just build up and up and up and up, and you can actually, like, the better you feel at the end of it is like the more that pressure or whatever that you've kind of piled on. It's hard to explain.
It's a good point, because we can go and do testing, 3 days of testing and everything, and you've got you're relieved that it's over. It's just like, oh, finally. But then you need to have that pressure where it's like you said, there's such a build up of it, and it ends up this huge thing that finally the pressure's off everything, and then the relief is just huge. Yeah,
and I used to think that like this would piss me off so much. Like we'd go and do those big shoots, like the Ryan Dungey like cornfield shoot or whatever, and like I would have so much nowadays. Like this is what's crazy. Like we kind of talked about it a little bit at golf today, but I would say, like, so I'm literally going to tell you a story about being anxious as fuck. At the exact same time, I was sitting at the dinner table with Adam LaRoche and Dunge and everyone, and telling them that anxiety is bullshit. And I'm like, now I literally relate this story back to just being like insanely fucking anxious.
Yeah.
I used to get so anxious about filming big projects, right?
So you just never knew what to put it down to.
I never knew what it was.
Yeah.
I just like, I just don't. I was completely ignorant to how this shit actually presented into my body. But I had like $150,000 camera. I was the only person there shooting slow motion footage, which was going to make up a huge part of this edit. Every lens that I put on the front of this $150,000 camera was like $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 to $20,000. You're getting one chance with Dunge, and it's like the stress and like my shoulders would be fucking tight, and I wouldn't be breathing properly, and like the crazy ball of anxiety. And this shoot was the most dog shit thing ever, and until I got on the plane and flew home, and I would look back at the whole week as going, oh, that was the sickest week. I had so much fun. Whole time was an absolute fucking wreck. But it's like that. You're just building and building and building, and I think relief is what you enjoy. You know, and you can look back and be like, I'm so glad.
Well.
I'm so glad that's over, and it's only fun post hoc, if that makes sense. And that's like you win a world title, and it's like the season was only fun once it's done, and you've got that relief.
Yeah, that's true. And then you got the other things which are actually enjoyable to do while you're doing them, and then you're not, relief. You've not got relief after it's done.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You're going out and you're actually riding a bike and really enjoying it all day. You're not relieved that it's done.
Yeah,
so
you want
it needs to be a big pressure cooker.
We were bummed that the golf
was
ended
done.
up.
Yeah, you're like, oh, is that 18? I'm like, yep, unfortunately.
I was like, fuck.
We could turn around and go and do it again.
Almost.
I am tomorrow, actually. So.
Oh, yeah. Well, I hope you play as good as you played today.
Be nice, but, we know golf. One more day and it could be completely turned upside down, so...
I've got faith. So you and Adri have been together for a very, very, very long time.
Mm-hmm.
What did you figure out as a young dude Well, I guess you didn't want to be famous, but most young dudes were like, I'm about to be famous. I'm about to fuck all the bitches. I can get all the money and fuck all the bitches. What did you... Obviously, she's super hot. But what did you figure out where you were like, I'm going to turn down all of that for this, and I'm going to... And, like, being super young and super committed, and, like, you obviously could just see that was, like, the path forward. Like, where did that come from?
It's hard for me to think back, but... you bringing that up, I remember when I was younger, I had the path. I wanted to be a 5-time MotoGP, or it was 500s at the time, 5-time 500cc world champion. I wanted to be married. I wanted to have 2 kids. Sort of, I had it planned out, I suppose. Not in a way that, this is how my life's going to go. But that's what I wanted. That's what I wanted in life. So I was never the type that wanted the fame. I never wanted to mess around and do all the rest of it. So I enjoy the aspect of, settling down and enjoying my life. And, I get to go on with life a little earlier, a little quicker. And then, than some others do. But I remember when I married Adriana, everybody was telling me, especially Europeans, they're all like, don't get married that early. You need to go and have fun. And then after you're 30, you can go and get married. And I'm just like, no, I'm good. I've got a 15 out of 10 here. I'm keeping it. There's no way I'm getting another one this good. And she's amazing. There's just, when you find someone that's just clearly, better than the rest, in my opinion, you're not going to keep looking for something better. So for me, I just couldn't have been any happier, and everybody I spoke to that I had in my close friendship, once they all met Adriana, and they're just like, yeah, put a ring on that. There's no way you're gonna find something like that again. So she's a unicorn.
So it just was a way easier decision than people on the outside would be thinking, because it's so much in some people's minds, and I've definitely been there. Like when I was in America, like I thought I was the fucking man in that regard, and I was like, you get to have all this fun, you get to do all this shit. And I look at it now, I'm just like, it's fucking literally means nothing. But it's like, you obviously, there was a train of thought that said like, okay, yeah, this is the move. And it's just such a rare thing for someone that's so young and that's got the horizon ahead, But I guess maybe you just didn't think of yourself in that regard, maybe.
I never did. Never the popular kid, never any of that. So it was just sort of, it never came into my mind. It was always, once I met her, I knew that was it. She was it. Nothing else like that comes into my mind. I was only thinking about racing and my wife. That was my world. That was my family. Everybody thinking that she's going to change my racing and how I perform and all the rest of it, and clearly that wasn't the case, because I got married, won my first world championship, got pregnant, got my second world championship. So it sort of pushed all the ridiculous sort of hoodoos to bed. But as much as I was, I felt like I was a late maturer in a lot of areas, in terms of quick-witted and all that sort of stuff. I'm still not today. But I just think in a different way.
Yeah.
A bit more old school, a bit more old-fashioned. So it took me a while to learn, especially with British, young mates and things like that, who were taking the piss out of each other just constantly.
Yeah.
And you're having to try and keep up. As an Aussie, it was a bit like, oh, crap, okay. They go hard on each other pretty well. But no, it took me a long time to mature in that way, and catch on and working with the media and let's say be a little clever with those sort of things. But in other ways, I felt like I was years ahead of everyone, that I knew what I wanted from life, and I went and got it, and I stayed with it, and will continue to do so.
Have you ever thought about why that became, like, why that was so clear to you so young? Like, is that just luck in a sense? Like, you got your parents that you've got, and then you've got the experiences that you've got, and then they kind of blend in? Or, because that's one thing that I always am interested in, is there like a manual override? Like, you can you just go like, no, this is logically the best thing to do, so this is what I'm gonna do. Or if it's just like a completely natural thing that you almost don't have to think about.
No, it was pretty natural. It was more that, I had, let's say, my parents didn't, teach me or tell me to have goals or anything like that. I just had my own goals. I had my own life that I wanted to make the most of. And basically it was just that stubbornness that I was going to go and get it.
Yeah.
I suppose you can put it down to stubbornness anyway. It was just I set my goals at an earlier age, and there was sort of nothing going to stop me. So I didn't let all the rest of it get involved. I never drank. I never did any of that. I didn't really ever drink until after I stopped racing, and even then, I've still never been drunk or done anything like that. So I made sacrifices everywhere, like I said, to get as far as I could in my career in that short space that we have.
Yeah.
And in my life, I feel like I've made a lot of good decisions.
Is it crazy to you to think, like, you look at Chad and Ellie, and then they obviously like jetted off at 18, and she really helped him with his racing.
Mm-hmm.
And then in your case, you guys, like, there's obviously like a massive team effort there. There still kind of is a stereotype that like a chick's gonna ruin your racing, but it's like if you've got the right type of chick that isn't like trying to be famous out of it with you, and you've got a chick like Courtney Roxon is like a really good example of that as well.
Yep.
Like I know her super well.
Yep.
And she's just not one of those chicks. And it's like, is it crazy that is still kind of going? Because it feels like there's been enough examples of guys like yourself and Chad that have got these amazing chicks that have like been there from the start. And I mean, I can see how much of a role that she would have played in your career to just keep the train on the tracks,
I think as much as you can say there's enough examples of it going right, there's probably a lot more examples of it going wrong.
That's probably what it is. Huh?
And I would say it's the athlete's decision making, maybe not seeing what they're doing to them. And it's that whole, not necessarily ignorance, but it's that
wishful thinking
and them not actually registering, like we were talking about before, where there's all this information about examples of Ricky and Ryan and all these people working hard to get what they want. It's there, written in words and results and everything, and people still don't see it.
Yeah,
they still just want to have fun and be them and all this kind of stuff. And I think it's the same thing with relationships. It's written there. You've got to make commitments, you've got to keep going. It's not easy at times. It definitely isn't. There's no relationship that I think anybody can say in the world that's been easy the whole way through. But it's making commitments, it's making sacrifices, and it's this thing that people aren't willing to make sacrifices, and that's where things go a little bit skew-if, and they just can't see that the damage that it's doing to their careers or their lives. So but I guess you're right that there's probably just more examples of it going wrong than going right. That I can't. Adam LaRoche. It was at that homegrown shoot. He said, "There's nothing better than a good woman, and nothing worse than a bad one." And I was like, that's pretty true. Like when you get one that is like really, really, really good, like look at, in your case, like you guys have literally conquered the world together. Yeah.
So it's like, that's the case of like a great woman helping to have a great outcome. There's definitely been some shockers.
There's the ones that go the other way.
Yeah.
But again, that's like a bad decision as well,
Yeah.
I'm probably both parts. That it just wasn't working and couldn't see it or didn't want to see it. You are in the position you want to be.
Yeah, you're exactly where you want to be.
You're exactly where you want to be. I love that saying, by the way.
Yeah, I just think it's true, like, because I guess I just now knowing from getting some stuff that I've wanted to get purely based on like the work that I put into doing it. Like I guess I just never applied myself to the way that, like, to the degree that you need to. And like when you said before about the writing's on the wall, you see the Dunges and you see the Villapotos and the Carmichaels that did that work, but I don't even know that people understand the level at which you can work. And I'm not including myself in this right now, but it's like there's a 24/7. Like there are people that will work 24 hours a day. Like Sam, that motherfucker works. Like and there's problems with his life. You know, not problems with his life, but there's boxes that aren't ticked.
Yep.
And it's because there's this much fucking work taking place. And it's like, and then there's people that, like people, I had a conversation with the guy the other day and he was talking about how much Sam was killing it.
Yep.
And then he's like, oh yeah, and how long's Fist been around? I said 11 years. And he went, what? 11 years? I thought it'd been around 3. And I was like, yeah, that's because everybody's a 10-year overnight success.
Yeah.
Like the people that are really killing it, you know? So I think that it's probably, you know, when you talk about riders that aren't putting in like the work, I don't even know if they know what the work is, like what the ceiling is. And it's like, the answer is 24 hours a day. Like there's been times like, basically for the last 2 years. So the 23rd of December, I went on holidays.
Yep.
And I didn't, basically from when we played golf.
Lazy man.
Yeah, done. But when that day we played golf, I didn't go back to work after that until whenever it was.
Yep.
And that was the first time in 2 years. And that's not an exaggeration. Like I've gone on a couple trips, always had my cameras, always worked, always took hard drives, always editing. So it's like, the people out there that think they're working hard, it's like, okay, if you're not doing it like basically every single minute that you're awake, then you're not doing it enough. Like, you know, there's been times where I'll be watching tutorials of like how to do audio mastering on my phone while I'm eating dinner, you know, and then
sounds like me with my iPad in front of me.
yeah, but you know, like there's a level at which like if you're not, when you're really in it, and it's I don't know that's not sustainable though. Like you can't do that and that's probably
that's
what
when
you
have
found.
Breakdowns and
that's what you found with racing is that you probably were a 24/7 guy.
I did manage to separate things more later in my career, probably too late.
Was there a period though where that was just it?
I actually was very good at separating it in terms of even between sessions during a weekend, I'd be playing like Call of Duty or something.
Really?
Yeah. I'd try and separate. So I was very heavy work.
Like all in and then all out.
And then all out.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't want to talk about bikes or anything. I wanted to actually separate that. So I still
But was that a method of making the bike better in a way?
To a certain degree, it was me not overthinking it again. Even with my training though, I'd train really hard and then I'd rest. So it wasn't, you know, working my ass off to the point where I was, you know, gonna have a breakdown sort of thing. I would work very, very hard, and it was like quality rather than quantity for me.
Yeah.
Same thing when I was doing laps at testing. I would do probably the least amount of laps at anyone at testing. So everybody was, and during practice sessions, everyone was always, you know, commenting, oh, he's not doing many laps. He hasn't got, you know, his race set up. He doesn't know what the tyres are going to do in the end. I still did more laps than anyone on the same set of tyres. I just didn't do it all at once or all in, you know, sections like they did. So I always knew what the end outcome was going to be, but I just sort of condensed my work pattern so that I would work hard for short amounts of time and then basically switch off.
But I guess that there was a 24/7 level of commitment to the fact that the time you were taking off the bike was all out, so that you had the energy to give, and that you weren't drinking, you weren't partying, so there was an element. It was
all towards the same goal.
Yeah,
it was definitely all towards the same goal. You know, everything of it was sacrifice. Very little of it. We didn't go on holidays and, you know, do all that sort of stuff as well. Because generally holidays, you know, we used to take a couple of weeks off at the end of the year and it was straight back to training.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a couple of weeks off partying, drinking, nothing like that. It was just a couple of weeks off to let the body recover, not go and, you know, put it and bury it a little bit more under alcohol. But then basically let the body recover. Then I could start to build up my base again, ready for the season. So everything was about that goal. But I just didn't do it 24/7. It was just I did my heavy load, I suppose, in lumps.
Yeah. There's JB. You've got to meet JB. He's Sammy's like warehouse manager, but he's got the best saying of all time, and it says you can have everything you want in life, you just can't have it all at once.
There's that one.
Yeah, and I think he is so bang on with that, because I think that's probably like the balance that you had. Like you kind of, it was just all in on the the racing side of things, and then all out.
Yeah, and then now it's all out. I finally have a bit of time to actually enjoy other aspects of life, and I haven't got the energy to do it.
Yeah, but you're getting better though, right? Like it is slowly getting better.
I feel like at times I'm really quite good. Nowhere near ready to start training again, or doing some light stuff, which is way better than what it was like 2 years ago. I was still on the couch.
Yeah. When we first met, you weren't good.
No, I really wasn't good. And so I'm out. I'm able to be here talking to you. Normally, after a round of golf, I'd be asleep right now.
Yeah.
3-4 hours from midday until, even 5 o'clock, I'd be out, just wrecked. And that's from playing golf, being driven to every ball. It's just the swinging of the golf club, and being outside would take that much out of me. Now I'm able to, be here and do this and talk, and I'm not getting as drained as I used to. But as soon as I do something physical, it's 2-3 weeks to recover. It just hurts me. And that's where I'm struggling. I'm still choosing what I want to do to hurt myself, basically, because I want to have some fun. Yeah. So I'm just like, right, I'm going to go and do this. And normally it's playing golf 2 days in a row is me like going out on a limb here. Whoa. But then, I know it's going to hurt me for the next couple of weeks, but I just go, hey, it's worth it. I go and spend the afternoon in the pool with the kids, and I'll put a heap of effort in, and then I'm done. It just takes so much to get sort of back to where I was. So I was trying to do nothing but stay at that level where I didn't have to recover, but then I realized I wasn't getting any better. The body starts to break down because I'm not using my core, I'm not using any muscles. I started to constantly have issues, so I was like, no, I need to start not pushing myself, but doing a little bit so that the body starts to actually try and heal, rather than it just sit there and basically turn into a waste.
Do you reckon that if you had, because you started having these massive problems with your body like at the end of your career, would you have kept going if your body was more in it, or were all the other factors too much to where even if your body was 100%, you were going to be pretty over it anyway?
I probably didn't realize I had so many issues until after I retired. I don't think it was any part of my retirement. It was not my body. I'd just make myself do it anyway. Yeah. If I had to, I'd just go through it. So it didn't start until several years after I retired, and it was actually after I decided to stop my testing role with Ducati. Yeah. That's when the body just shut down. Like it was, I went and got shoulder reconstruction because I wanted to be better on the bike and do a better job for my testing role, all the rest of it. And I just never recovered from that. It's just the body was just too low. It just finally got to the point where it snapped, and I haven't recovered from it since. So I'm grateful that I can get out and do things like today. But yeah, it wasn't from racing that put me into this position. Yeah. It might have been. If I add everything up, CFS seems to happen a lot to athletes. But yeah, I can't put my finger on it. But yeah, I certainly was still well enough. I was as fit and as healthy as I think I'd ever been.
You used to train hard too, because Matty would mountain bike with you guys a bunch, and he said you're a fucking animal on that thing. So there's not a, you were a guy that went pretty hard.
Well, when I trained with a purpose. So I could never train. I could never drag myself out of bed to be a motorcycle rider. So I didn't train to be a motorcycle rider. So when I was cycling, I trained to be a cyclist. When I was running, I trained to be a runner. Unfortunately, I had too many injuries with my shins and things with running for a while there. But cycling, I was A grade level Australia because I had very good trainer. We knew where my level needed to be, so I pushed myself to there. So I still did gym work and everything to get ready for bikes because cyclists have no upper body, etc. Yeah, or not many of them. Because they got to stay nice and lightweight for the hills and all that sort of stuff. But generally, I did a bit more work in the gym than say a cyclist would because I needed to be ready for MotoGP. Did a lot of core work. But then cycling wise, we were sort of doing 600-700 Ks a week consistently in the short period that I had to recover, then get back up to cycling form a bit more, because during the year we would just sort of try and hold our level. And then in the off season is when I'd build my level and then start the season strong. So yeah, I used to love my cycling, and it's something I miss. I miss riding bikes. I miss
Just
cycling.
in general,
I miss being fit. I miss training. I hate feeling crap all the time. So the body just constantly feels like it's about to let go. So I miss feeling like I've actually got some muscle there to hold it together.
Have you looked into like human growth hormone and like testosterone and all that sort of shit as well, as like a way to try and like get the system back going? I mean, I assume you've got fucking awesome doctors and have been through it, but I feel like maybe like testosterone and shit could help for that kind of stuff.
I'd love to say any of it helps, but unfortunately, no.
You've just tried everything.
No, it's not that I've tried everything, but just nothing works. It's stuff that everyone's been through with this illness, unfortunately, and no one's been able to go, yes, this is how you fix it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it'd be easy, and the world wouldn't have a problem with it. But we're in Australia's, MECFS is in contact with Europe and America and everything, and they're all sharing information and trying to work together. And I've found things that helped me that I thought, this is sort of on a way forward, with certain fruits and minerals and this sort of stuff. But then it only goes to a certain point and then plateaus again. The body just goes, no, it's not working anymore. Yeah. So it's like I've become immune to a lot of things as well. So what starts to work just stops working. Yeah. But yeah, we haven't gone on to any, extremes or anything like that. But yeah, unfortunately, it's just sort of everything we think is going to work, or maybe I start to feel better, it just sort of plateaus real quick, and it's like, no, back to reality. We just got to accept this is what we are. Eat as healthy as we can. Sometimes I'm not, but generally we eat really healthy, and it sort of helps me get through it mentally, not getting excited. Because one thing that probably the hardest thing I went through in the first couple of years, first year and a half, I learned very quickly what worked, what didn't, all the rest of it. But I got sick of the ups and downs. Yeah. So you'd start getting excited, thinking, you're over it. Yep, found something. You get pumped. You get really, really, really happy. You think it's, you're onto something here, and then it would literally just crash so hard, and I'd be 3 months in bed again, and just going like, why? What the hell have I done? I haven't done anything to push the body. I was being really cautious, and then I would just sink again. So it was the same thing. Again, you have those good moments. Yep, we might be onto something here. You start to get a little your hopes up and everything, and then you just crash again. So it's just, I had to learn to just like, even when things start going good, don't get your hopes up. Yeah. And that was the best thing for me mentally, was to not get my hopes up as much and just ride the wave of whatever's thrown at me. Yeah. Not get too frustrated with it. Although it does get frustrating with golf when I get tired. I start getting tired through a round. I mean, golf makes me tired. I'm sorry to all the golfers out there, but golf is not hard physically.
My back's pretty sore.
when I was fit, I could freaking play from dusk till dawn. Dawn till dusk, and barely break a sweat sort of thing. And now it's like, it's a slog for me out there to do 18 holes. So puts a bit of perspective for me on where my levels are. Yeah. But you are good enough to buy a CRF 450. Yes. Excited? Very much so. So we're gonna do a build video, which I'm excited about. It was one of my things coming into 2022. I was like, well, my plan was just to build you a bike and just fucking take it to you and be like, oh, I built you a flat track bike. Do you want to ride it? And then you've ponied up. You did that. Sorry, I just cramped. You did that's how much golf took out of me today. I actually felt like I almost was about to cramp before. I was like pulling back on my chair. So you fully just did like the punter, walked into the dealership and they were like, this is the last one, bro. And then you were just like, well, here we go. Yeah, they're quite scarce to come by at the moment. So I went in there to sort of see where stock is and all the rest of it, and they're like, we might be able to get you one. So I'm like, all right, we'll get it. it's one thing I've been thinking about recently because I miss riding bikes. There's no lie, I was doing a lot of enduro riding before chronic fatigue got me, and I loved it. I was sort of planning on going overseas and riding over in Europe with a few of the guys and
Racing
doing some harding.
Well,
not Erzberg, but maybe Romaniacs and things like that. I thought was always something interesting. I've got a couple of mates that want to do it, so I'd love to do it with them.
I'd definitely do it with you if you ever did it.
Exactly, but that's become a very, very, very distant
pipe dream.
Sort of, exactly. But I thought, I got invited to a dirt track race recently, and thought, well, I haven't ridden dirt track since 2006, so I'd better start riding some dirt track if I want to do it. And because it's not quite as physical as motocross or anything like that, or enduro, if you make a little mistake on dirt track, it's not quite as critical as getting tired and messing up a big jump or something like that, hitting a tree or a root when you're riding enduro. So I thought, dirt track's a good way to get back on the bike and still enjoy it a bit.
So what's the plan for the build? So I reckon, you've got some suspension there that we need to figure out if it fits.
Yep.
You want some X-Trig clamps.
Yep.
What else are we running? What's on the wish list? Because if we say it on the podcast, then we can just send the clips to the people that have the products.
I believe
makes it very easy
at
for
this
us to
moment.
make this happen.
A Krupovich exhaust.
Okay.
They've always been very good to me, and I love their work.
Yeah.
See if we can get those Method race wheels.
Ooh, okay.
They're ridiculous, aren't they?
They do look good.
They've come and sort of, let's say, reinvented the wheel. Because everything's been so one-dimensional with wheels. It's like, different color hubs and wheels and spokes and stuff like that. It's been around for years, and then it's like, hang on, this has brought some color to it, and
they look good on track too.
They did actually. I thought they might have looked too much, but they didn't look too bad, and they've done a good job. So
we've got the Method race wheels. We're dial with stickers. We get Rival Ink is on that.
Sweet.
We'll get the seat cover sorted.
Yep.
You want like bigger brakes? You want any of that sort of stuff?
Probably won't need that for dirt track. If you went supermoto riding, you would do, but I doubt you need too much about that. I wouldn't mind looking into different caliper, because I like to have something a little bit firmer in the hand. It's something that no standard brake has ever given me.
Yeah,
it's always been that little bit squishy, and I feel like I have to put too much effort in to get a little bit out. But to be honest, I mean, do you want to
make this thing fast, or do you want to make it because
for dirt track you're going to have to make it a little quicker than stock.
Yeah.
They've generally got plenty of torque and all the rest of it, but as soon as you get on a little bit bigger track, you're going to need a little bit more than what they got. But at the same time, it's a fairly powerful bike straight out of the crate. So with the exhaust already gives you just that little bit more. It depends if it's in the right areas for dirt track.
Yeah.
But
so my boy Jed Parsons,
yep,
we'll get him to do the mapping. He's like the
great
vortex ignition guy. So we'll get him to do like the motor side of it.
Yep.
So like we're dialed on that front. And I don't know whether he'll want to. I'll leave that up to him. He probably knows a bit more about engines than me. But the mapping's the biggest thing that I've found. And that's,
it's a bit like that with everything. Every standard car, bike, anything these days, you get the mapping done, and it's a massive difference.
Yeah, like I rode Matty's. He's got this old 350. It's like a 2018 EXC.
Yep.
And that thing's mapped, and it is like just your hand and the rear wheel.
Yeah,
it's just the same thing.
Perfect.
And then my 350 stock, it's a bit like it's a little bit jittery and fluttery.
I got to say, when I had a 350 a while ago, I was always struggling with it off the bottom.
Yeah, so I think it's just mapping.
Yeah.
I think it's just because it's obviously stock bolted. It's not tuned for that exact motorcycle. So yeah, we'll do that. We'll get all the Cerakoting done. We'll make the thing look pretty gangster. So yeah, I feel like we're pretty on. And so you want to do 2 sets of suspension. So we got the your shower stuff. We'll try.
So I'm hoping
fit.
my shower stuff fits. It's A-kit stuff. It's reasonably good. I'll need to get it's just the initial. I needed to get a little bit softer, especially on the front.
Yeah.
It's really good on big hits and everything, but the initial is just that little bit scattery. Whenever you're on hard pack, it's just a bit too much. So
yeah.
Something that when we are riding a little bit off road and the rest of it, it'll still be all right. But I'm hoping. I think the forks will fit, but it's the length because the new CRF. I think they've gone a little longer travel, but I'm not sure if it's a longer fork.
Geometry or fork. Yeah.
So yeah, we'll have to see. And then see if the rear shock fits. Basically, I'm struggling to find fitment wise.
Yeah.
If it's going to fit, but it should do. I don't think they've changed much since then. Hopefully it's got the length and everything's right. And then I've got the suspension off-road wise, and then dirt track will just drop it a little bit, firm it up a little, and then it should be right. We'll go from there and start testing.
I cannot wait to go ride a flat track with you. I'm literally going to make my 350 a flat track bike. Beautiful. Just so I can come and do it with you. But you said the other week when we were playing golf that dirt track's the only thing you were ever really good at. Please explain.
Well, dirt track is why I ended up good at MotoGP. Bigger bike, more power. I was always very good at finding grip and thinking outside the box and riding, where other people weren't. People were sort of stuck on that inside line, and I'd be out in dirt finding grip and literally going around the outside and going. So through my whole dirt track career, I'd say I was trying to think of it the other night. I got 41 Australian titles, probably out of a possible 41 Aussie titles out of a possible 45 or 46 maximum. So I lost 1, 2, 3. I would have maximum lost 4 Australian titles, I believe, in my whole career, and they were normally second places. So it was always a disappointment. It was a bad day when I lost, basically, when I was growing up. And as much as I had a lot of good competitors, they sort of changed year by year. There was a few of them that stayed through most of my junior career, and as I got into the bigger stuff, I got some different competitors. They were still on dirt track, and I was sort of starting to separate and start to do a lot more road racing, so I didn't do many events. It was actually in my last year, I think I lost 2 of those Aussie dirt track championships just because we weren't focused on it. One of them I was riding somebody else's bike because we didn't have one for that for that championship. And then, we were just focused on road racing and riding the Moriwaki 80 and on dirt track before we left Australia. And
so how does the transition work from dirt track to road racing? Like, because this is just not really like an avenue professionally for dirt track in the same sense. Obviously MotoGP is like the pinnacle of two-wheel racing, but like, what's the point where you guys are like, okay, you're really good at dirt track, let's see if we can apply this to road racing? Because obviously there's a crazy career path there.
So I believe dirt track and road racing sort of have quite a lot of parallels, especially when you get up to the bigger class. So the smaller classes, not so much. But as soon as you start to slide and have power and things like that, then dirt track's huge because it's all about finding grip. Everything in dirt track is just you've got to find more grip than anybody else. And in road racing, it's the same kind of thing. You're okay with the thing sliding, but at the same time, people think dirt track is just slide. Dirt track is about finding grip. So with road racing, the more grip you find, the better you are, the faster you are, generally better on tyres, all those sort of things. Then you've got the aspect that in dirt track, you need to put together the fastest line throughout the track. Now, that sounds like common sense, you've got to find the fastest line everywhere. But it means you're putting corners together. So to be better than everybody else, it's not just about sticking on the inside there, inside there, inside there. You've got to make these corners flow. Now, sometimes it is out wide in tight. Sometimes it's just staying wide the whole time. You've got to find the fastest, most flowing sort of way. Because in dirt track, you kind of can't, stop, pick the bike up and drive it out. Yeah. You can to a certain degree, but you also have to carry some speed. Because the slower you go and the more you have to get that thing to find traction, it's the harder it is to find grip. The bit more momentum you've got, the easier it is to track it forward and find grip. So there's so many elements between dirt track and everything, and dirt track's a little bit faster, of course, than motocross. So the speed aspect, you're sliding towards walls and all this sort of thing in dirt track, and you get over the fear aspect. You've got this thing that's trying to hook up and trying to buck you and everything, and you're getting towards a wall, but you still just got to hold it open. There's a lot of aspects between road racing and dirt track that can really help you along the way. Overcoming fear, the bike moving around, traction, and then piecing together a track. So it's there is a lot of similarities there.
The fear thing, I wanted to actually come back to that because to not be the guy that's just like, because man, riding that lap with Jack was fucking out of control. Like that was no joke. Like I just pretty much let go of like, it just, whatever happened. Like it was that fucking scary. I will not.
You're at the point it's like, hey, if we crash now.
Honestly, I was just like, and Jack looks back and was like, I'm fully prepared to crash right now. Like that, like right as we're doing the lap. And
yeah, that's where I'd tap out.
Bro, it was mind bending. Like I've done a lot in my life. I've flown in like crazy helicopters. I've done V8 laps. Like I've ridden a bunch of motocross. I've done my own road riding stuff. Like I've been scared before.
Never that much.
That was scared to the point of giving up on being scared. Like it was so gnarly. There was like, I mean, I've spoken about it a few times, but I haven't actually like got a chance to like really dive in with it. But like the way that I think about it is that I actually got shown a completely different level of reality that I just like don't have access to. Like I went and rode a track day only a couple of weeks ago. It's just not like, there's no that feeling, you know how I said everyone's got the same feeling? Yep. No. What I felt on the back of that bike was just something completely different, and fear completely left me for the first time in my life because I give up on it. Like
basically you lost hope almost.
Yeah, I was just, and I fully just, it was whatever was going to happen was going to happen, and I just was like, I need to just let go of this and just enjoy it because that's kind of all I've got here. Actually, I was thinking about it, like I didn't want to let fear ruin the experience that I was having because I was having the experience no matter what.
Yep.
There was no way I was getting off the thing. Like I couldn't. We were going fucking 240 kilometers an hour through a turn. But I don't get how, like, the level of commitment that Jack had in those turns, and I was on the back, so like he's going faster again when I'm not on the bike for sure, but it's like the level of commitment that he had to just go in and throw that bike in the way that he was, and like some of the shit was, I was like, oh, we're fucking crashing, like just the way
he's
that we
probably
were
thinking the same thing though.
He did tell me that after the fact that
he's
he
probably
was
like
thinking,
yeah we were pretty much gone. I don't know how it stayed up.
Yeah, that was most of the 2 laps that we did, but yeah, so there is some really crazy shit fear wise that like, and I actually wish I kind of dove into a little bit more with Danny. He actually said something pretty cool that I sort of didn't hear it the way that I heard it once I listened back to it.
Yep.
Where he said that he goes, do you think that you spend so much time doing it when you're young that you learn to, the fear goes out of the picture because you don't really know what fear is yet.
Yep.
And it's later in life when you learn what fear is that you've already figured out the process to kind of overcome it in a sense. But it's like some of the crashes you had early in your career were fucking gnarly, dude. Like there's one, I can't remember what, the camera angle they show on TV is basically, you might have been like third or fourth. I think Valley was in front, coming over a sort of downhill right-hander, and you couldn't see the track back here because of the crest.
Oh, that was Magello.
Your fucking thing just was cartwheeling.
Yeah,
like,
my bike was gone.
But there
it wasn't
was
actually as bad a crash as it looked. It's just because the bike came into view doing that. It's like, oh, that's a big one. It was like, I just lost the front end.
But there was some really big crashes.
Yeah.
And to be a guy that you're saying, like, I'm not that send it guy, and I was scared. First of all, to commit to it and to do it in the first place is fucking gnarly. And second of all, to have those kind of crashes and then get back and keep racing and keep, like, that is something that is glossed over by people because I don't understand it.
It's that whole thing again. You just tell yourself you have to. It's just, it's not that you don't want to, you just have to. It's the same thing in the wet that, you know, if you're not going fast enough, you know, you're going to lose championship points and everything to your peers around you, and you can't be teetering around 2 seconds off the pace, even if you are P5, P6, you know, and your competitors that you race in championship for are P1, P2. It's like, well, clearly you can go faster. You just have to make it happen. So sometimes it's not in the bike. It's not in the setup. You need to make it happen. It's not just pushing. There's ways around it. But sometimes it is just sucking it up, braking that bit later, committing to the corner. Because I believe you can't make setup changes until you get close to not close to the limit, but it needs to be in an area, in a zone. Otherwise, people that are so far off the back, and that's why I don't believe in test riders when they're making changes and everything based on test riders' opinions that are 4 seconds off the pace.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
Yeah. We ain't doing the same thing.
Yeah, we're not in the same zone, mate.
I could not give Jack a setting, as much as I joke about it. I could not give Jack
a setting.
You,
you can't be remotely close to giving us a setting. So that's why it's now become a trend of, you know, MotoGP riders. Since I became a test rider, then all of a sudden other MotoGP riders are like, oh, I can become a test rider after I retire. But there's not a lot of MotoGP racers that will actually commit, even when they're testing. It's a hard thing to go and commit and push and find the limits of a bike and things that you're not racing for a result.
Yeah.
You know, it's not an easy thing to do. So I don't believe a lot of them would actually do it. They'll end up being, you know, so many seconds off the pace and then, you know, giving the best information because they're still better than anybody else to give the information. But it's hard to give them, you know, real stuff. But you just have to push past that fear point. There's just a point where you just got to go and do it. It's a bit like you're racing Supercross. There's a big triple or a quad that people are doing. You just got to go and pull the trigger and make it happen. If you don't, you're not winning. And it's just, you know, there's fear there. There's massive amounts of fear, and you just need to overcome it. You know, it's sort of like that whole win or bust. You've either got to do it or crash trying to do it. And, you know, one of the two, and get through it.
What does it feel like when you do push past that fear and it goes away? Because that was probably the weirdest part of that experience with Jack, was as like I did just drop it. I just stopped being scared because there was not much else I could do about it, you know? So it's like, is that a relatable feeling in a way to where like you drop it, or is it just there the whole time and you're pushing through it the whole time?
It's there the whole time, you're pushing through it, but not to the same degree. Like I said, I always go back to wet weather track referencing, because you're not getting a feedback, you're not getting a feeling. In the dry, you can't just brake a bit later and chuck it in and make it work. But in the wet, when you know your setting's not too far off, the rest of it's just you. And you've just got to get more out of the bike and yourself. So getting past that point, it's not like a big relief. It's not this amazing feeling. It's more like, why didn't you do that earlier?
Yeah.
Well, you're pissing about at for the first sessions, you know, and not making it happen. So it's not this, you know, euphoric moment or anything. It's just, right, now I can get to work.
Yeah.
And start fine-tuning the bike and, you know, get on with it.
And so one thing that really interests me in this like whole picture is the relationship that somebody like you would have with the voice in your head. And like, do you have those moments where you hear like that classic like flow state where everything's silent, I can't hear the crowd, I can like the only information that you're processing is like vital information? It's like that internal gyro that you're feeling. It's like, can you feel, you know, like you hear the stories of like Ricky Carmichael could feel pebbles on his front tires. Like, can you relate to the experience of that internal conversation with yourself just completely dropping away and just being so close to the moment that you don't feel any different from it, if that makes sense?
I don't think I ever got to that point. Yeah, kind of hard to explain. I never got to that sort of flow state. I would force myself into those states in terms of I would shut everything out. So it was just between me and my thoughts rather than anything else. But that was normally in the pits when I was thinking about things and there's crap going on everywhere and mechanics, bikes changing, cameras in your face, all that sort of stuff. And then I could just literally switch off and think about where I needed to improve, or I found those sort of states when I was mentally going through corner by corner what I was feeling on the bike, and then maybe give a little bit more information, like looking for more. That I could almost picture what I was doing through what the bike was doing and what I didn't like, something that I'd forgotten to relay to the chief mechanic, and then I'd be like, oh yes, I do remember that happening now, so go back, tell him about this and that. They could go see it on the data. Yeah, we bottomed out there. Okay, so now we've found the problem, put a little bit more either spring in it, put a bit more oil, hold it up a little higher in the stroke, and then we fix that problem. So there was lots of things like that where I could sort of switch off, but I never got into like a flow state. For me, I was always present.
Really? And so you were always like, essentially, because that is that flow state is no thinking, like no thoughts, no internal dialogue. There's no conversation with yourself. And I mean, I relate it to like the place where I feel that the most is like jiu-jitsu. Like there's nothing. Like I'm gone, completely gone. I think that's why I love it so much.
Yeah. It's
because I can just go there and just be out. Yeah. And I mean, I think a lot of people have that. A lot of people get that with riding. A lot of people get that with, watching TV. Like it's just the self-referencing stops. Like you're looking, like right now I'm looking out into the world at you, and I know you're looking back at me. Like I know I'm here and I'm in this picture, and it's very obvious.
I'm in a state right now.
Yeah, it's very obvious I'm here the entire time. But it's like you can get into those moments, like, for me the easiest one is jiu-jitsu, and it's like I'm kind of not there. Like I'm there, but I'm not in that sense. And then when I'm done, like once it's over, then I literally like feel myself come back.
Yeah.
And it seems honestly crazy to me that that's not an experience that you would have had while riding and doing because you think about mountain bikes is another place where I get it, especially like the harder the track, the more I'm there. And it's called the technical term for it would be called like absorbed flow.
Yeah.
So there's so much going on that essentially it's like unnecessary.
I think
parts.
it all comes together that it hazes for you. Basically, it's not. It's sort of more of a haze than actually being in the moment and completely understanding every little bit that goes on. By the sound of it, even with jiu-jitsu, it's sort of you go in and it's just a state of you're in that moment, but it's sort of almost hazy and everything around you's not registering at all. It's just what you're sort of focused on. And mountain biking, I suppose, would be a good example. But for me, I've never been able to get to that kind of state. For me, I see everything, I hear everything, I notice everything, every little rock and tree root and all this sort of stuff. When I'm going down the hill, it never ends up just a blur to me, or in a state I'm just seeing every little thing, and it's something I've had to try and switch off. Because it keeps my brain going too much. I was always looking at every detail, and I would see scenarios. So I'm driving on the highway. I would see scenarios. I would watch cars and they're not paying attention, and that happens. What if that happens? What would I do? Just constantly the mind was just going in that sort of way. So having to sort of back off. Like even I remember in so many races, especially when I had big screens to watch on the track.
Really?
I'm pulling away at the front, and it's coming easy to me that day. We're talking about those ones that are coming easy. And you're watching the big screen because that lets me know what's going on behind me. Pitboard you only see once a lap, but big screens I can see 3 or 4 or 5 of them around the thing, and I'm watching the race and going through the corners. And then basically I had to try and keep myself a little bit present sometimes, because I'd be starting to think, like, oh, what we're going to have for dinner tonight, and having to keep myself. So then I started to go corner by corner and just focusing on every aspect of my braking and doing it all bit by bit. So I've never been able to go into any kind of sort of ignoring state unless I'm thinking about like I said, what was happening on track. If I could go back and think about, say, if I went on a mountain bike trail and went from the top to the bottom, at the bottom I could sort of stop, and if I had to download that trail, I could go through it and remember everything that I did and saw and hit and all the rest of it, and then I could sort of black everything else out. But I've never been able to get in a sort of a flow state. I was always quite present.
That seems crazy with everything because I guess like the mountain biking version of it and that like absorbed flow is basically that the risk is so high of anything going wrong that it is just like absorbing all of your available like attention bandwidth to where like your brain shouldn't let you drift off and like watch the big screen and think about think about what you're gonna have for dinner. So like it seems crazy that at the speeds that you're going and the level of commitment that was required to just like, you guys are fucking throwing the bike into turns. Like it is.
It kind of flows sometimes when the bike's turning and everything's working.
But the drop, like the drop from here to there, and then to back, like that's a lot going on,
Yeah, but when you know your braking points, the bike's working well, and sometimes the weekends they don't come to you well. You gotta make them come to you, and it's a lot harder. And then other weekends when everything's just gone right, and the bike's been working well, every step you've made's been in the right direction. And then you get out front and it's just like, man, this is easy. The thing, I've got grip today. I'm just disappearing off into the distance, and it's without difficulty. So those are the days, you often didn't like seeing other riders have, because you see them going off into distance and you're going, I can't do anything about it today. So I was never that guy that would just push harder to stay with them and fight with them and all that sort of stuff. It was just like, no, I've got to take what I can't get today and try and do the best I can.
And so with the physical speed element of it, like how did you just get used to, like, do you think that the brain just gets used to the speed? Do you think it's something where, like just purely repetition, or do you think that you can just intellectualize the speed to where it just makes sense that you can go that fast? Like, how do you think that the relationship is between like the human brain and like going that fast? Because we're not supposed to go that fast.
It's true. For me, it comes back a little bit to that gyro again. I always felt that I was quite good at adapting to different speeds, and I'll get to where I was going with that after. But it definitely takes a little bit to get used to. For me, it always took generally one exit the start of each year, but especially when I hadn't tested for years, and then I came out and did a test with Ducati. Like, you come out of turn 3 in Sepang and then head up to turn 4, which you start getting on it, and then you go, oh crap, I don't know if I can do this anymore.
Your eyeball starts shaking.
Yeah, it's you forget how freaking powerful they are, and then you go into turn 4 and forget about carbon brakes, and they don't work until they work, and then all of a sudden you're trying to stop going over the front. But what I felt I was quite good at was adapting to different speeds. So I was never the guy like Jorge will just go brake, hit his mark, hit his mark, hit his mark, hit his mark. For me, I was saying I was on that edge. That's why my bike was moving. I was on that edge of grip, everything like that. So sometimes that edge would slip me a little bit sideways going into a corner, and I'd miss my apex by a bit. So I'd bring it back around further and try and use that as a benefit to pick it up, drive it out of the corner, and get more speed down the straight. So I lost a little here, try and gain a little bit back there. But when you're doing things like that, you're changing your speed at the end of the straight. So you hit your same braking point, you're going to miss your corner.
Yeah, right. So your points were always more adaptive.
So my points were always more adaptive. So it wasn't that I wasn't inconsistent. I could go out and throw down 20 laps within a tenth. But then sometimes the little mistakes, and when you correct those mistakes, you're either going into that corner slower or you're going into that corner faster. Now, when you go into qualifying, you got a heap more grip. You're going to be arriving to those corners quicker. I was quite good at adapting to those points. So I could brake that bit later, knowing that I'm going there quicker, but I could brake at that right point where I knew I had the grip to stop. I would adapt to those situations quickly. And same thing, if I made a mistake, ran wide and came out of a corner slower, I knew I could brake a little bit later. So it's just judging and adapting your distances so that you're basically hitting the same point, and not running wide on the next corner or braking too early where you're losing another couple of tenths. It's that easy. You lose 2 tenths on one corner by running wide. You can lose 2 tenths under the braking point there. There's nearly half a second.
Yeah,
it's that easy to lose that much time. So adapting and keeping yourself adapting is quite hard, and it's why you see so many guys running wide these days. All they do is just brake late. brake late, and then that little tiny mistake, and then
chases
run
them
away
around the whole track.
Exactly.
So what were you gonna say about that internal kind of gyro?
That's what I was talking about. Is that internal gyro is me understanding where the speeds and exactly.
Yeah, right.
Understanding when the tires are new, where the extra grip comes from, how much later or earlier you have to brake, all those sort of things. Like my internal gyro was always quite good at giving me that feedback of how much more I could push it, sort of thing. So adapting quickly.
How do you feel it, like, in terms of, to say that you've got like this internal gyro? Like, how does that, let's say, like, you're labeling a feeling, right?
Mm-hmm.
So anxiety is you labeling a feeling.
Mm-hmm.
So you could explain to me how anxiety presents itself in your body.
Yep.
How does the gyro present itself in your body? Like, how do you feel it and listen to that? Because I don't know that I have anything I can draw on to relate.
So it would be in different areas, of course. When you're going under brakes, it's through your hands, your arms, even sometimes my legs, my knees, on the side of the tank, things like that. So your thighs, so you feel pressure. So you feel the pressure through your hands, through your arms, the weight of yourself going forward, because sometimes your bike positions are different. Year by year, your bike and rider position's different. So adapting and feeling that I suppose, rate of pressure. When you're off the inside of the bike, it's the same thing. You're feeling it through your butt going, when you're accelerating. You're feeling it through your feet, through your butt, through your level of basically stretch in your hand, for me anyway. As I was coming out of the corner, the bike wants to lurch away, so it's sort of, that's why you're allowing it to move naturally.
So
and that's why it always
feedback.
So I'm getting as much feedback as I can. Without just trying to muscle it. You muscle it, the thing will just break away quickly. Whereas if you're finessing it kind of thing, then it'll want to move and find grip, and you're finding that point. So everything was just feeling, basically just feeling G-force.
Yeah.
And that's what I was saying about that meter inside you, was just feeling G-force. Whether it's through your hands, through your butt, through your legs, whether it's under brakes, on the side, it's all just feeling sort of G-force.
That is just, I don't know why, but that
same thing in karting
just...
and cars. They feel it,
Yeah.
through the ribs and things like that. You can get to that level where they know it's about to break.
Yeah.
And then they know, right, I can't really get away with much more than that.
I definitely can relate to that, the car feeling.
Yeah.
Like, for some reason, it seems like when I'm driving and like pushing in like a car, that feeling of grip and the edge of grip, that seems to be more available. But like, I don't know that I've got that same feeling with a dirt bike. But it's funny, when we went and we rode that grass track the other day, like, that was probably the most laps I've ever done of flat track. And it was because the other day we were talking about flat track. And so I was like, I'm going to do 1,000 laps on this shit. And that was probably the first time where I've ever really felt like control, like the tipping it in and then countercocking it and then steering with the rear wheel the entire way around. And I kind of could feel that on a motocross track, and it's like, it seems so hard to pay close enough attention to those forces. So do you think that maybe you just had like a special ability to like hone in on that particular thing and like really spend time like with that feeling, in a sense? Because like you said, it was probably the first 4 or 5 sentences you said on this podcast was about, you said attention. And I think that attention is probably the most underutilized human resource that we have. Attention and time. What you put your time and attention on and focused, like, you can't focus time anymore.
Yeah.
Time is just a quantitative thing. You can give more or less of it. But attention, there's a quality to attention.
Yes.
And I think that when you pay quality attention over X time, that's when you really, really see results. So you obviously have some kind of relationship with your attention, and you can aim your attention and point your attention in places and then like sustain that attention over prolonged periods of time, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I would say so. It's that whole quality rather than quantity. So everything I did was in lumps, and it's the same thing when I was testing or whatever. It was putting all my attention into those details and making the most out of it in a short amount of time, rather than just running laps, trying to get everything to come to me over time. So I did it.
Because time is finite.
Exactly. So rather than doing it over time, I would just do it in a much shorter time. And so that's why I was very good at adapting to circuits, conditions, all that sort of thing. Like, go out straight away, be quick. It's like, well, I know that when I brake here, the bike stops there. So it's pretty easy for me to get within a second or so of the quick times. Then that next bit is, I do need a little bit of time just to try and fine tune it. But yeah, overall it was just, put a lot of focus into those areas, and things came to me a little bit more rather than just trying to run the same things. For me, repetition never ever worked. It does to a certain degree. On certain things, repetition works, but for me, overall, repetition would just create problems, because it's like you're just covering problems by going round and round and round. For me, it's like, no, I want to uncover these problems, fix them, and then go back out and try again. Okay, no, that didn't work. Fix it, try it, and see what's working, rather than just go around and do laps and sort of go, at the end of 20 lap run, you're like, it's still not good. Well, you just wasted 20 laps. So for me, I would rather put a lot of attention onto those certain areas.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So going forward, you getting a bit of energy back this year. You went over and were around the MotoGP paddock again for the first time in a couple years. Like, are you sort of starting to like kind of get some juices back to wanna, like, the amount, like, just the information that's in the brain of that's sitting right over there is ridiculous. Like, is there a part of you that
crap?
Nah, there's a lot of shit in there, but there's some real good shit in there. But is there a part of you that wants to, or like has interest to really like keep this progression going, in a sense? Like, it's not going to be as a racer, but like to kind of work with guys, or to work with the sport, or the testing stuff. Like, do you still have a desire to do that?
I don't have, well, I do have a desire. If I had my health, I'd still like to be a part of something testing role. I still believe I have a lot to give, and I have a different perspective than most people do. And especially me being out of the sport, I have a much different perspective than anybody who's in it, because they see just one-dimensional, which is, I want speed. I want to be faster than everyone. It's hard when you're not, when you're in the game, all you want to do is be faster than everyone. But when you're out of the game, it's like, hey, we'll get there.
Yeah.
Let's go through these processes. Let's get it to that point for a good reason.
And you've got like a 30,000 foot view. Like, you're looking down at this thing. You're not like at a one-to-one with it. Exactly.
If you're too close to something, it's it's too hard to see. It's a lot better when you step back. So I would still like to be a part of it. I'd also like to be a part of working with some riders. I feel like Valencia in Portugal showed me that I'm still able to think outside the box.
You're not quite a fossil.
I'm not quite a fossil yet. I'm still relevant, let's say, with what I know. And I don't want to go to the grave with what I know. I may as well give it out there, but at the same time, I don't want everybody knowing.
Yeah.
I spent too long learning everything I have to just give it out to everyone. So I would like the right people to work with, and and give back to the sport. But believe it or not, it's not that easy.
Yeah.
I'm also not just gonna give all my time out and everything out willy nilly. That's a lot out of me. So I want to put it in the right situation with the right people, and then see what we can do. But as much advice and opinions as I've given to certain companies and things in the past, when you've got roadblocks up in front of you, it's very hard to get through. And unfortunately, with this political world and all the rest of it, and you've got people that don't necessarily want to listen, other ones which just don't want to be seen that somebody else has an idea. It's quite complicated to, I suppose, get your foot in the door in the right one anyway.
Which it sounds crazy coming from you. Like, that's a ridiculous statement to have to make.
You'd be surprised as we've seen, you think all these companies should be able to produce a bike, put it on the floor after all these years of experience. It should be, boom, great out of the box. How often do we see the mapping's not good? This isn't good. Suspension's terrible. It's like a constant trend, and it's like you'd think after all these years they'd know how to put a bike on the floor and it's going to be good out of the box. Yeah. But the amount of times it doesn't happen like that. So it's quite.
I think that's the market though, because the market demands change.
It does demand change, but at
when
the same
there's really
time,
no change to be made.
But they're getting bad press from it.
Yeah.
And they'd rather have bad press than bring a decent bike. I'm not talking about a world beater. Something that still, when you put suspension, exhaust, all that on, it's going to make an improvement. But don't put something on the floor that's a piece of crap that's going to have people, complaining about it.
Yeah.
There's things like that just perplex me. And it's the same thing. Like you can literally give someone the key to success and they're still not going to take it. It's a bit like what we're talking about with Ricky Villopoto, Dungey.
Yeah,
it's right there.
Yeah.
But people don't want it.
Yeah.
For some reason. Just because they want to do it their own way.
Yeah.
It's pride or whatever
ego,
it is.
Yeah.
It's ego and pride. And whether it's a company, whether it's an individual, there's too much of it out there. And people that don't want to listen, even though it's written right there.
So I just wanted to, talking about staying relevant, where's my note in my chicken scratch here? So 6 times Phillip Island, 2008 pole lap is still relevant. So I thought I wrote the exact time down. I watched shout out to the dude. I hope he watches this podcast because he's obviously a big fan of you. That he made this really cool video of you and Marquez. I think Marquez's best lap time ever at Phillip Island is 2015. Yours was 08, I believe, and it was like his was like 368 and yours was like 660 or something like that. So a lap from 08 is still relevant in the modern era with all like the changes and stuff like that. As much as I'd
like to take credit for that, we had qualifying tyres.
Oh, really?
So unfortunately, my laps will never be relevant in today's time because Phillip Island got resurfaced. So the year after I retired, they resurfaced it. And it went from, quite honestly, it was a piece of crap. The surface was terrible. And then it got resurfaced and it's amazing. It's got grip to, it was incredible. The lap times just dropped by nearly 2 seconds. So as much as, Phillip Island was pretty easy for me to win and, we always had plenty of margin to the people behind. I never got to ride on it when it was smooth. It was always rough. The surface was very, very bad. And at the moment, I think it's still pretty good. I think it's a long time since it's been resurfaced now, but I was really disappointed that I never got to ride a smooth Phillip Island because if I had, I would have loved to see what I could do on it.
Really?
What sort of lap time, yeah.
Were you, so that 08 lap is like the best lap that you did there. How much is like in the tank? If you say like, all right, resurface, give me my best bike I had with quality tires on like this sick new surface. Is there a lot that's left in the tank, do you think? Or
I think I ended up doing a 1 minute. So I did a 28.1 or something with the qualifying tyres.
I can't remember exactly what
something
it was.
like that. And anyway, there wasn't much left in that tank because Michelin had the better qualifying tyres through that weekend. And we just absolutely, I had to ride out of my skin to get pole on that one. That was pretty awesome. But I think I ended up doing a 28 in 11 or 12 or something during one of the practice sessions because it was always very weather dependent.
Yeah,
Phillip Island, it's always, if it's blowing, you're going to lose nearly a second a lap. If it's a bit rainy and spitty, you're going to lose time. So it's very weather dependent. It has to be pretty well spot on to get the lap times down. So I did a 28 or something without qualifying tyres. I can't remember what year it was. And I felt like, with the new surface scenario, I could have probably got to a 26, no problem. I don't know what they ended up at, but that was just sort of my judgment of knowing what people I used to race against, what they kind of got to as well.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think it was a lot of the bad surface and the wind and everything like that is what made me different around Phillip Island. I put myself in different positions than everybody else would because of track conditions, because of all these other things, elements to reduce risk. and it helped me a lot. So there's quite a few secrets in Phillip Island. It's a beautiful track.
It's almost like your Augusta in a way.
Yeah.
It's like the Augusta's not a long golf course.
Yeah.
It's not
technical.
Yeah, like it's not the most challenging as such, but when you add in the wind and you add in the crowd and the weather and all of those conditions, and then you get some people that just play good at Augusta, it almost seems like, to draw that analogy, like Phillip Island was that place for you. That it's like that was your Masters, where you just knew something about that course that other guys didn't know.
Yeah, the nicest thing for me around Phillip Island was I didn't race there any more than anybody else.
Yeah.
I never raced at Phillip Island before I got to World Championships. So everybody thought, you've raced here in the past, you grew up racing here, and I'm like, no, I never road raced in Australia. I'd only ever been on a go-kart track, that was it before I went overseas. And so it was nice that everybody thought I grew up knowing all these secrets. Like, no, I just learnt them over time. And it was because of the weather and all these conditions and the tough track conditions and surface and things like that I just kept learning year by year. And it was very nice because it was almost everybody's favourite track as well.
Yeah.
So the fact that it was everybody's favourite track was a bit like Augusta. The fact that it was the Masters, everybody wanted that one. So it was nice that, we sort of always been able to keep them at bay.
So when was the last time you rode there?
I did a parade lap in 2013. That was it.
No,
I haven't been to Phillip Island.
You rode there? Like really just fucking hooked in?
2012 in the race.
We got to get you back, bro.
Yeah, I know. I've been wanting to go back for a long time, but it's it's a long way from here, and I don't know. It's hard to set everything up.
Yeah.
I haven't wanted to go to Phillip Island for the Grand Prix for a while.
And I've
got nowhere to hide. I've got nowhere to get away.
Yeah.
It would just be a really busy, hectic weekend for me.
Yeah. And
it's that whole thing. I don't think I'd enjoy it.
Yeah. But do you think that knowing this stuff now though, like, because that's sort of how I feel. Like I feel like, and that's why I put so much effort into like the meditation and that side of things. It's like I want to just know the things that fuck me up essentially, and then I almost want to get to the point where like I go, oh, that does this to me, that does this to me, that, and it's just knowing is enough for me to just know. Yeah, but so you don't think that knowing it, like to me, I think like as soon as I know that something is like, okay, this is a thing for me that produces this reaction, I almost feel like just the knowledge of it means that I can be better than it in a way, if that makes sense.
It helps me deal with it, that's for sure, better, but it still doesn't necessarily take it away.
Yeah.
It's always knowledge is king, as they always say. Even knowledge within yourself. It's so much easier to deal with things and understand what's going on and what makes you react and all these sorts of things. But it doesn't necessarily still make me enjoy it. And I want to go down in Phillip Island and enjoy it. Yeah. So I'll actually go down there again, once COVID and everything's sort of finished and completely free. I'll head down there and actually ride down there on a bike. I've always wanted to do the ride down with a few mates and enjoy it. Yeah. But I don't know how much time I'll spend at the track. I'll take the mates there and show them around, and then I'll be like, yeah, right. Yeah. I'm out.
It is hard, man. Like I can't relate in any sense to what going to Phillip Island as Casey Stoner would be like. But I mean, I've even noticed like I can't go to a motocross track now pretty much anywhere. Like the US would be fucking weird to go back for me now to go over there, but it is a pretty uncomfortable feeling. And like I mean I get when you said and you're in an airport and people looking at you and you like it's pretty much to the point now where like every time I go in an airport
they see the bun and they just know,
they see the beard, they see the bun. But there's a weird thing internally that happens when you start to expect that's like a weird intermediary step. Yeah. I think that's probably the weirder thing than actually getting recognized, is that there's this step before you go somewhere where you know you will get recognized.
Yep.
That to me seems like more of the weird part.
And that ends up stopping me from going places and doing things because I just don't want. I've got apprehension. I've got all these things I just don't want to happen. So then, yeah. So I can't relate to the level, but I've got that feeling now of there's like, if I know that there's a place where I'm gonna go, because I guess that's like the weird part about any kind of fame, right? So like Justin Bieber's fame is one end of the spectrum. I cannot. So knowing more about people and, like I said, my anxiety now makes a lot of sense as to what I struggled with when I was growing up. I cannot possibly understand how, people like Justin Bieber can handle all that fame.
Well, they can't.
I know they can't, but they still do. And then they go and they'll produce more music to get more attention and more movies and all this sort of stuff. Like, they'll keep going, and I'm just like, how?
Yeah.
How can you deal with that? Like, it's just, their life to a certain degree is over.
Yeah.
So as much as everybody says, they're whinging, whiny, little this and that, it's like, well, everyone's made them famous because they're doing a bloody good job of what they're doing.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like they've just got no life.
Yeah.
And they're all like, they were spotted out on their super yacht or their private island. Like, damn right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got the money to do that because everybody's just in your face. Like, I'm going as far away from everyone as I can, but they just never get to leave anymore. Every time they open a door, there's paparazzi there in their face. I can't understand how they can do that. But fair play to them.
Well, the thing is, though, and it makes sense in your case, right? So, like, you were pretty much like 22 or 21 when you got like super famous, right? Yeah. It's weird because you'd think that same thing with like fame, right? You're like, oh, well, you wanted to be a fucking musician. Mm-hmm. It's like, okay, cool. So I send in this tape and then this one guy sees it. And then the next minute I'm making Baby and it goes on the radio and I am now so famous that I can't go back.
Yeah.
And that's I think that's like the weird thing.
You can stop there though and then let it teeter out.
I wonder though. Like, I'm a guess maybe, but like, I think that once you hit there's like a tipping point with fame to where like you can't come back from it in a sense. And I guess maybe it can grow, you can like grow out of it.
Nelly kind of disappeared.
Yeah, true.
If you're looking at, big stars at a time, he's just gone, laid low and he's really, disappeared. We were thinking about him just the other day, just going like, he came on the radio. Like, I haven't heard this in a while. It's actually something I struggle with because so many people sit there and tell you to your face, it's like, well, this is your job. It's like, well, no, it's not my job. My job was racing motorcycles.
Yeah.
Being a public figure was not my job.
Yeah.
So this is where it's hard for me and where people can't understand. We are not actors and actresses and all this sort of stuff. Sorry, you're not allowed to say actress anymore. Probably a sexist comment. Yeah, fucking hell. So, I think it's hard. It was very hard for me because all I wanted to do was race bikes.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it was the smallest part of my job in the end.
Yeah.
It was 5% of my job was actually riding a bike. And I'm like, where'd that ratio go wrong?
Yeah.
So that's quite tough for me to get my head around, and when you got people going, well, this is your job, you have to sign my autograph, you have to take a photo with me. I'm sorry, right now I'm just, I've had a bad session, I've just come from a crash, literally going to the mobile clinic with a freaking dislocated shoulder or whatever, and they're trying to grab you for photos, and it's just like, hang on. It didn't sit that well with me. And so people just always struggle to understand me that I wasn't there to be famous. I wasn't there to be in the public eye. I just wanted to race bikes at the top level that I possibly could. So
yeah, and it's one of those things where you could never understand it until you're in it. And it's one of those things that I think there's like a tipping point that you reach to where like there's a certain level of fame where like you can't go back from it. And like even with Danny, like he's a super famous dude in Europe and in Australia, and until the Drive to Survive came out, he literally had like his pad in Hollywood and could just cruise around. And like he just wasn't famous there.
Yeah.
Like you might get recognized. Airports are fucking crazy. If you're anyone that's ever done anything,
you're stuck.
And I don't know how I get recognized at an airport. I'm like, how the fuck would this work? Airports seem to be the place for it. But he's like, maybe at the airport I'd get recognized, but then everywhere else I'm fucking good. And then he said the first time he went back to LA after Drive to Survive drops, he's walking across the road. A dude rides a motorcycle across traffic, like fully across the road, to stop and take a selfie with him. It's just like the weirdest thing. And it's like, so I mean, in his case, he didn't do anything extra to get more famous.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's just the show came out.
There's no control that you have. And yeah, that weird little anxiety, like that's something I'm trying to not do, because let's be honest, like I've just got a fucking podcast. Like it's not a big deal. And it's a microcosm. But that's the feeling where like anytime I get that where I'm like, oh, I know there's going to be, because man, and I went through it a little bit, like especially through COVID, once like we weren't going and doing anything, and then you started going out again, and then the podcast gets bigger through COVID.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden I had to start thinking about it, and I literally stopped going to places because I didn't want to fucking talk about myself. I was like, dude, you're going to ask me shit that I don't really want to talk about, and I don't know you that well, so I don't have anything to ask you about.
You don't want to become rude. And
so I'm going to look like a fucking idiot that's talking about myself the whole time, you know? And then you get that feeling. So there's definitely some weirdness at play that is just like completely unavoidable at any level. And the problem as well is that we're living in a society where like everyone's trying to get famous. So like when
anyone almost can get famous.
It's a lottery system that we're in.
Gosh, it's like freaking snail going across the table go viral. I'm like, whoa. What are we watching right now, and what's entertaining to everybody? Like feels like a very, very shallow society at the moment. That we're literally just watching some stuff on screens that have no real depth to it, that's going viral, and people get, ridiculously famous for it and all this sort of thing. But at the same time, it's the current climate. I think I'd much rather watch or listen something that's got a bit of substance to it. It's like music's getting so much shorter.
Yeah.
We've gone from 5-minute songs back in the day to 3 minutes, now 2 minutes. I mean, we're going to end up with like literally one chorus done.
Well, you see that now with TikTok.
Okay. Yeah, and
they literally make songs that are for that TikTok thing. And like, there's one song that's I really like it too, but it only goes for like 2 minutes. Yeah, because it was just one of those hit kind of TikTok songs.
It's amazing. It's just, but if we've seen everything come around in circles. The mullet's back. Yep. The mows are back and things like that. We've seen everything and all the trends go full circle. So who knows where we're going to end up. In for some 9-minute Pink Floyd style. There we go. You never know.
We need that back. Hunter Lawrence is playing Tool.
Happy went for 24 hours or something, didn't it? 24 hours of Happy.
Nah, what was that?
The song. What's his name? Pharrell Williams.
Really? Shout out to Griff. Coming in clutch on that one.
Wasn't it 24 hours of Happy or something like that?
No, I did not know. Oh,
it's a song that can basically just keep going, and they get different people to sing it. And
yeah, right.
I think it was something like that, or 12 hours. I can't remember exactly now.
Probably would have seen it clipped in 15 seconds on Instagram.
Exactly. It was just like little TikTok section.
That's the crazy part of it, though, is that like you can say that you wanted to just race motorcycles at the highest level, but it's like that's the back, like it's just so unavoidable. Like that's a paradox, and like that's a paradox that only like you can either rationalize and come to grips with or not. And it just doesn't seem like there's a way around it. I think for me it was more that people needed to understand that I wasn't an actor. Well, I could be. But I think Casey Stoner, not a dick. Really nice fucking guy, actually. Regardless of what you might think, I'm a dick.
Didn't want to say anything. I think people to understand that I'm not just public property.
Yeah. Okay.
I think
That was more the problem.
I think it's people in general need to realise that athletes are not out there like singer-songwriters, like actors and actresses who rely on
Attention
the public
as a
and the
commodity.
attention to get to the position they're in. We are athletes to get to the positions we're in.
Yeah.
And I think it would be a lot better if people understood that and went, okay, he's an athlete. He's not just a bit of public property.
Yeah. That makes sense.
That's the aspect that I think disturbs me, where people are just so expecting of you to just be public property, and I'm like, well, I'm not.
Yeah.
And that's why, sometimes things didn't go down that well.
And this is one thing that I would love to see change in the realm of sport that we're in. MotoGP and Formula One will fucking wring every drop of sweat from you on a race weekend.
Yeah.
Like, from when you get there on a Thursday to when you leave, mate, there's no time. Like, I don't need to tell. I'm not speaking to this as to you. You obviously know. But this is to everyone else. Like,
the bikes are running at 110, 120 degrees Celsius. The only time you should be getting wind is going down the straights. And you're going down the straights behind a screen, which is literally just a hot box of heat coming off, engine soak heat from the bike in front, heat from the tarmac, all that sort of stuff. Sitting in leathers, that the venting doesn't really work anymore because it's covered in airbag.
Yeah.
So, put it in perspective a little bit. It's there's not a lot to like about that.
Yeah, and the level at which they are expecting interviews, media appearances, press conferences, and then the teams have their own social media. Like, dude, the requests that people get. So, like, Jack, when he come back to do the bend, had 47 media requests.
Yeah.
Fuck off. We don't need that. He's got millions of followers on Instagram. Just talk to those people. That's a lot of people right there. But, you go to Formula One, you get the Doha radio station, and you get some dead shit that's got no idea about the sport, and then you've got a guy that's
particularly opinionated.
but wants a story, regardless. And then you've got drivers that are risking their lives in every single session, and it's you want to have your head in the game, and then you've got a governing body that's just that. And the thing is you can say oh, but they obviously want to get the word out for this. That's not what it is. What it is they've got partnership deals with the government, and then the government they've done some deal with the fucking Saudi government or something, which that's not a great government to be dealing with, by the way. 9/11, there's some fucking weird shit that's going on there. But it's this isn't, I guess, the wholesome, this is good for the sport. This is really taking from riders.
Yep.
And I know these guys and the way they feel about it. They can't say it. They're in their careers because obviously they've still got their job to do. But it's you want to see guys retiring early? This is why.
This is a thing that people can't see, though. If you keep pushing them the whole time, they literally will just go I'm done.
Yeah.
You can't keep it up year after year. Keep going through it. It's a bit like there's a certain trainer in Supercross and Motocross that just about all of his riders have retired early because it's too hard, too much to keep up. It's not something that's sustainable for that long with everything else that's going on. You need to have a bit of downtime, a bit of fun time, but if there's not enough, it does hurt. Now, you heard me talking about sacrifice as well, but a bit of downtime is good.
As well.
Balance. And that's where, media wise and everything now it's just non-stop, and that's where I think it's you're going to have riders that are probably a lot more aware of what's expected of them now that it is so out there. But I think it was for me, who came up literally starting in the more old school era and then all of a sudden transferring and transitioning into the internet age, and then into the social media stage. I literally went through that whole thing.
Yeah.
Internet was already there in the beginning, but it became very,
it wasn't.
It was key towards the end, and then of course social media started as well. And it's just like, wow, it's each stage of going towards things I didn't want to go towards.
Yeah.
And then
That makes sense.
And then now all the riders and everybody coming up, they're already used to it. They're already part of it. So I think that won't affect them as badly.
Yeah.
It's not going to be like a shock to the system.
Yeah, because I guess that's, in your defense, something that just wasn't a thing. Like, it was magazines and it was TV.
Yep.
And then you
needed a VCR and tape record, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. And when you're like, you go from literally 0 to hero, like pretty much overnight. So there's no ramp up effect. There was
no coaching. There was no sort of learning on the go.
And then the era when you've really had that come up as well was pre-internet. And then it really ramped up. Like, the whole internet thing ramped up quick while you were still in it. So I guess, because that is the criticism of not just you, but people that get into your position and then say like, hey, fuck this. Like, I didn't sign up for this shit.
Yeah.
That is the criticism, is like, well, you should have known what you signed up for. But in your case, like, the landscape did change
quite dramatically.
Like really dramatically, like while you were still in it.
I was still recording my early years of, 125s, 250s and everything on VCR. Like, it didn't even have disc. Like, disc wasn't common. And then went to DVDs, and then it went to everything else. Like, DVDs had only just come out when I started racing, I think.
Yeah.
And they certainly weren't recording on it and that, easily to get. And then then it went to hard drives and everything. Like, it all happened during my span, sort of thing. So it was very big,
Yeah.
You saw this massive leap in and demand, especially. Blogs came out, all these other sort of things.
And they're not experts.
So the amount of media that turn up to races just quadrupled, because everybody was starting to do their own thing.
Yeah.
They didn't need to work for a newspaper or a television company.
Like
Exactly. Perfect example. But it's things like that they just, all of a sudden, all these people in this whole different industry, than certainly what it started out as.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Everything's always moving forward, of course, but it happened in a short time.
Yeah.
It went through literally several steps in the space of sort of 5 years, 6 years.
And there's no way to opt out.
No.
Like that, and I think that's probably like the...
Well, there is. You retire.
Yeah,
Check.
Yeah, you just dip. But yeah, like, there's no happy medium.
No.
It's like, this is what it is now, and you either like it or you dip.
Yep.
And you dipped. And it's like, well, I made my money, and I'm, that's the other thing too, I guess, is to walk away with, like, you would have been the highest paid employee of Honda ever, and to just be like, nah, I just don't, nah.
Well, it was because money was never important to me. So I never thought about walking away from the sport with a ton of money. Like, it was never, ever. I never won a race and went, we got a nice little payday there. It was just never in my head. Never ever thought about it when racing. All the rest of it was the end of the season. It was like, oh yeah, sweet, yeah, I forgot I got a bonus. Like, just never came into my head. It was never part of it. So as much as it sounds, ungrateful that, I'm not thinking about money, it also was just never part of the process for me.
It's cool to be able to be the guy that did walk away from that, though, because then you kind of can't ever question any of the motives, you know what I mean? Like, not easy to do, to walk away like that. Adam,
it for a couple of years I was like, man, am I an idiot? Like, it was so I'm getting the answer. I mean, it was hard because it would have nearly been my career's worth of earnings in 1 year. So it was, it was very hard to walk away from, but at the same time I was just like, nah, it's one of those things, like, if you have $10 you want 100.
Yeah.
You have 100 you want 1,000. If you have 1,000 you want 100,000.
Yeah.
It just never stops. Like, where does it stop? Where is enough money enough? I've already got more than I ever dreamed of having. It was never about money for me anyway. So it's like, right, if I did that season, what stops me from doing the next season on the same? It's like, there's a point you got to stop. Doesn't matter what sort of money they throw at you. There's just a point you need to do it for your own reasons. And like I said, I was never there for the money, so it was never going to sort of affect it. But the private jet might have, that was a almost tipping point.
Did you almost get one?
Yeah, for all the European races.
That would have been pretty. And what were you going to do? Buy one or do like the lease thing?
No. They were just going to give me one for Europe to
really
go to the races on. So I was like,
fuck, they were trying hard.
Yep. And what an honour that was.
Yeah.
To have that kind of offer, and that wasn't just me being as fast as I was. They wanted me for what I brought to them.
Yeah.
And that was I really appreciated that. That was a big thing for Honda to offer me that.
Yeah, and I guess that like to make decisions the way that you did with like morality in mind, because I think that's probably something like, let's look at this whole conversation. It's like there's a lot of decisions that are guided by like solid morality the whole way through. And whether you talk about like you and Adri, whether you talk about like walking away from the money side of things, whether you talk about the not wanting to buy into the fame, like there's a lot of morality that's involved in these decisions, and like the moral option is not that fun. Like, so that's why it's so easy to like be a fucking douchebag. But it's like it is pretty cool to, I guess, you can sit in this position now and you can look back on everything and like to know that you did things for the right reasons. Like that's got to be, because I'm sure it's played on your mind. Like, did I retire too soon? Like I could have won more championships. I miss racing. Like I'm sure that all of those scenarios could play out over and over in your head. But I think to be able to look back with hindsight and just say like, I just made, like morally, I did the right thing at every turn. That's got to be something that would squash any of the potential pain that could come from thinking like, I walked away from this much money, I could have won more races. I don't know if that is...
I was never there for the money. I was never there for the stats. So I was pretty good with it. Like I said, I always raced with the right moral integrity, all that sort of stuff. So it was, I was always pretty comfortable in my decision. The only thing that ever did catch me was the money it was a lot for 1 year. And I thought, all I need to do is one more year of racing. But at the same time, I'm the kind of person that's like, but would I be given 100%?
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be able to take the money if I didn't give 100%. And so, that's another reason I was like, I don't know if I want to race anymore, because if I did one more year of racing, I don't know if I would have touched the motorcycle for 10 years. I was that over it. It was just that much of a job, that much of a draw on me. So it's that whole thing. If I wasn't going to commit myself to that next year and absolutely give them everything, why would I deserve that kind of offer?
Yeah.
And so,
again, that's a moral decision. Like that's the right moral decision.
Yeah, but people don't do that these days. That's why I said I'm old school.
Yeah.
I'm old school in the way I look at things more simply. Yes, I do look at things and analyze things, but at the same time, I'm pretty black and white. I'm like, just get on with it. Just do it. Rather than, let's think about this, let's explore all these other areas and these other avenues. I'm just like, no, let's just get the job done.
Yeah.
So I'm split. I'm old school, just analytical. That's it.
Yeah. Well, we've been in here a while. I'm going to let you go. I've thoroughly enjoyed this. I hope you enjoyed it.
Very much so.
Yeah, it was pretty epic to get to pick your brain. It's funny, like... I always think like if we go play golf and shit, I'm like, talk about this and talk about. We don't talk about anything. It's literally only golf.
It pretty much is, isn't it?
And I thought about it this morning. I was like, man, I wonder if this is like the move to go and play golf before, like literally right before we do the podcast. But then, like halfway through the round, I'm like, fuck, we've barely said anything other than golf.
Because you don't want to go back to subjects you've already spoken about, etc.
Yeah, but it's like, I don't know, it just doesn't seem to be that much of a problem.
It was golf or surfing, and yeah, that was about it, wasn't it? Yeah.
I said that, Case, you didn't. For those just listening.
My one, anyway.
So, dirt track build, that's coming up.
Yep.
I want to get you back on the road bike at some point too. Are you keen for that? What's that going to take? What do we got to do there? But no one else at the track. We'll do our own thing. So I get that.
I've supposedly got the keys to Phillip Island, so I'm allowed to go there. Ideally, I'd love to set up a good ride day with special guests and things like that, and get Mick down there, and him and I can do a ride day with a few special guests.
Sick would that be?
So I might be able to organise that one day, and we'll see. But yeah, I'd like to probably practice before I go and throw myself down into turn one and see if I can get a bit of fitness back on it first.
All right, so I'm going to buy a Panigale V2. I think that's on my horizon. I want to get a track bike. I had so much fun on that track.
Good, isn't it?
Dude? I thought I was gonna be more scared than I was. I was really nervous to go and do it, and I was texting Scotty Runsman at Alpine Stars, being like, "Bro, I want a fucking airbag!" ASAP.
I'd deal with the crowd. I don't run the airbag.
Really?
Mm-mm.
Fuck.
When everybody else was running it, I wouldn't run it because the couple of times I did, the early iterations,
Yeah, I was going to say, they're probably
everything.
better though.
They're probably
now.
a lot better now, but I also don't like the bulk. It's a whole lot of extra stuff in there. Yes, it's probably safer and everything these days.
You are so good at riding, Casey, so this is a very
Hey, I crash. Normally high speeds than you.
That's true.
And hey, I'm still here, so... but no, I found that, early iterations sort of did the wrong things, and I found I got a lot hotter and everything like that because, you can't... The airbag's all sitting there so that you can't get as much airflow, etc.
Yeah.
I understand them in racing and everything like that now. They kind of need to run them, but and they've probably got, like I said, a lot better. But yeah, I didn't run them. A lot of people are always surprised in the early days because everybody loves everything new. So give me everything new. I'm like, I'm only going to use it if it works better.
Did Mick Dillon have one? Nope. Then I ain't using one.
Exactly. Where's my hay bales? I don't need airbags.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, yeah, I reckon I'll get myself a track bike, and then maybe we'll just sneak on out there. Maybe Morgan Park. That's the only place I've rode. That place is actually sick.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good.
Have you ridden there on a bike?
Years ago, I think on a Morawaki little 80 when I started riding. So
yeah, that's my only point of that or Norwell, but
yeah,
we can't take a V2 to Norwell. Thing's too fast.
No.
Yeah.
Break again.
Yeah. So we'll.
That back corner would be quick.
At Norwell.
Yeah.
Yeah. You go and then the right. Yeah,
it's quick in a car.
Yeah. Oh, have you've driven around there before?
That's where they taught me how to drive a V8.
Oh, that's what I needed to ask you
So I
about.
did a test there, then I did a test at QR, and then went to Adelaide for the first race. I was like, oh, thanks.
How did you enjoy that experience, or it was just hard to?
No, it wasn't that much that difficult. It was difficult to get people to listen because they just go, "You're a bike rider, you don't know what you're talking about." And then we'd get the main game guys in my car, and then go and complain about the same thing. They're like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah.
So that was difficult. Also because I turned up in that championship, they started to televise it more.
Yeah.
But they cut over half the amount of race laps every weekend from what it was the year before. So where I was going to be good at, or better, was and what I was going to be good at was end of races. I'm always good on old tyres. So towards the end of races, when tyres are starting to be critical, then I needed that time to learn.
Yeah.
I was not good at learning the track straight away, getting onto my breaker markers. So I was qualifying kind of averagely, and then basically, getting stuck back in the pack and getting stuck in messy situations. So I didn't make the most of it. And then I needed those longer races. But because everything was shortened and it was unfair on everyone in the category, they basically just made everybody panic because the races were short. They had to make passes.
Chaos.
It was chaos. We checked over half the year behind a safety car. I was just like, are you kidding me?
So you weren't racing?
You weren't racing.
Yeah.
It was just safety car. Just all the time. So the poor buggers in smaller teams and everything that are trying to get out there.
Yeah.
Number one, they've got big panel damage bills every weekend.
Yeah.
And then, they're not getting the track time and everything just because they televise it. Yeah, it's great for sponsors and all the rest of it, but then it makes the rest of the cost
racing, yeah.
Exactly. And it just made it hard on everyone. The races were so short.
But you enjoyed being a race car driver essentially?
Yeah, I wouldn't have mind, continuing on with it, but I was done. I was done with racing.
Just
full
it's
stop.
just a lot for you to deal
I
with.
tried to stop because I wanted to take a year off, and then I wanted to test a few times through that year, see how I got on, get used to driving a car, because I literally just got thrown into Adelaide without any experience on a freaking fast street track, So,
Adelaide's no joke.
no, and I wanted that year off after I retired from MotoGP, but then everybody pressured me and said, you can't just retire and leave, you're not going to have any sponsors the year after, blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, they just pressured me to do it that year.
Yeah.
And so, I didn't ever feel comfortable. I wanted out. And basically the year after that, in 2014, I spent the first 6 months not getting out of bed before like 10:30 a.m. I was just done. I was sick of the early mornings. I was sick of working my ass off.
Yeah.
I needed time off. And then, basically I got my life back a bit. And then it was nice.
So me and I joke with Danny that I want to race the 12-hour with him the first year that he retires, and we'll get a McLaren. And I just said, you do the main stint, and then have
the next stint, and then the next stint, and then so you do basically 11 hours and 45 minutes. So I'll just give you a pee break in the middle, and then off you go.
When there's a safety car, I'll come out and I'll do some laps behind the safety car, and then we're good.
Massive crash. All right, come in, change.
box. But on a serious note, is it possible?
What's possible?
Me to get into a car and drive around Bathurst and be in that race from zero experience driving a car.
I haven't seen you. I'd have to get you in a sim a little bit, so you'd be surprised how far sims can take you.
I'm all right in the sim.
Yeah,
I've done a bit of sim stuff. I've got a shitty
depends
sim.
what sim, because I've seen people driving, let's say, Gran Turismo on the sim, and it, in my opinion, ruins their racing because it's so dull.
Yeah, right.
It's not doing it. And then you've got iRacing, which is just way too sensitive.
And then you got to set a course.
You're better off with iRacing
Yeah.
because it's overly sensitive. So when you get in a real car, you're kind of going to be ready for it a little bit more. But I find iRacing, their tyre profiles, everything, they're way off.
Yeah.
As much as that can be quite realistic, it just annoys me that fifth gear in a V8, it's spinning up everywhere, and I'm like, I'm sorry, they don't have that much grunt.
Yeah.
I've
the
driven
V8s are gnarly in iRacing, man.
That's what I mean. They're unrealistic.
They're so
They're
hard to
stupid.
drive.
Like literally, you come out, you square it up, and you can chomp the thing. But on iRacing, you're feathering it in fifth gear. It's just like, no, it's not that bad. So iRacing, they go way too far in the realism sector and think that everything's got 1,300 horsepower, and you just can't keep the thing in a straight line. So that gets a bit frustrating on iRacing. But what is good about it is it teaches you how to be sensitive with things.
Yeah.
And puts a bit of feel and technique into it to a certain degree. So I think that's why a lot of the boys do run iRacing, because it doesn't sort of take away from their from their normal
you'd
racing.
rather overcompensate than undercompensate.
Correct.
But so you think that if you get good enough, let's say you do 10,000 laps at Bathurst, because essentially I'd have to get good for one track.
Yep.
In one car.
Being good at one track isn't good, because you'll go to Bathurst expecting it to be react like that. You need different situations for sure.
But so you think that if because this would just be a weird project, essentially, to be all right,
it's possible, but you got to start running on a semi decent sim.
Might borrow Toby's.
Start seeing where you are, and then see if you can get some laps in cars and things like that. So it all kind of depends on that situation, and that'll give you a bit of an idea if you can keep pace with some of the quick guys. Mostert and Giz and all them sort of boys are pretty quick, so if you can start driving around with them, then you've got to have situational awareness and all that sort of stuff. So that was the hardest thing. Lots of people can go fast around a track, but it's
to
awareness
race around a track.
with cars and things. And that's the other thing. I'd never been on track with a car before going to Adelaide for my first street race.
Yeah.
I'm literally looking in my mirrors, checking, I had
so gnarly, dude.
Awareness, and I was just there's just nothing, just thrown straight into that. I'd only ever driven a car twice, and it was those cars on a racetrack, the V8s in a test. One at Norwell, one at I might have had two. One was a wet day, and one dry day at QR, and that was it. Straight to the first race.
That is insane. Doesn't seem like enough.
Yeah, it wasn't.
That
That was clear.
the other thing that I wanted to ask you about real quick as well. Sorry, I know.
No, you're right.
So Jack comes back and races the Bend,
Mm-hmm.
right? What would that have like meant to you to be able to come and just race more for fun? Like, is that something that like was that just not on the radar in like at the level that you're at? Because like for me, it was really cool to watch Jack. Like he just loves racing. Like he'll go race North Brizzy Cup. He'll do a club day. Like he's just the kind of guy that just loves to go and race his bike with his mates. But that becomes a part of the job that's not really possible at the level that he's racing at. Or
Not
like,
just not possible, you just shouldn't.
so
Number one, you're taking risks out there with guys that are going to want to dive bomb you.
which happened.
Exactly. And that could have literally broken his femur and put him out for the start of whatever. He could have had a horrible accident. Unnecessary risks, in my opinion. And that's this whole thing of sacrifice. There's got to be sacrifice somewhere. You got to sacrifice motocross on gnarly tracks. Just not worth it. If you want to go out and you want to win world championships, you have to take things out of the equation. Also, I think it puts a spotlight on him that he's beatable. You don't want that. Like, even though he went to a situation, doesn't know the track, doesn't know the tyres, the bike, all the rest of it, still makes him look beatable. If he went there and absolutely trounced everybody, then people would be like, oh, okay, yeah, that's, that's not going to hurt his MotoGP. But even his competitors in MotoGP go, well, he's beatable. So there's a lot more to the thought process than just as simple as I want to have fun and enjoy riding my bike. I love that aspect. But if you want to just enjoy riding your bike, then go enjoy riding bikes. But if you want to win world championships, there's steps you have to take, sacrifices you need to make.
Yeah. So you think that it's like because I guess I look at it from the perspective of like net positive to extending your career as like this is something, if you've got this.
Well, then do that after your career.
Yeah. Yeah. And I suppose though, if it is, it has got probably more of a chance of being a net negative than a net positive, and especially contract years and stuff like that. It's like there might not be a career to extend to an extent.
Yeah, and I know for a fact that Ducati didn't want him to do it, and begged and pleaded and all the rest of it, and somehow got permission. But that's sort of doing something that they didn't want you to do already. Then if you got injured doing it, I mean, they would have really gone.
That would have been a big deal.
That would have been them, right? Like, first you didn't listen, then you got injured. You're certainly not getting a contract.
Yeah.
It's that critical.
Yeah.
This isn't just something to, I want to go and have fun. Like, look, if your contract is on the line, your job is on the line, you've got to make sacrifices. As simple as that. And something I actually read, it's kind of in context, but not, about people who clearly believe they deserve more out of what they're getting. I saw something on social media. It was I think LPGA feeder feeder thing, and she's 18th on the feeders championship, and it cost her money to go and play that year, and she's complaining that the LPGA aren't helping them make money down through the feeder championship. I'm like, I'm sorry, but you're 18th on the feeder cup. I'm sorry, but you don't deserve to be making money. Just because you want to do something doesn't mean you deserve to do something.
Yeah.
You've got to be at the top level of any kind of sport to make it. Simple as that. You can't be on a feeder championship going, we're not making enough money out of this. It's like, yeah, I understand you want to make a career out of that, but that's just not viable.
Yeah.
Sports are not something you can just go and make a career out of because you want to.
Yeah.
It's not like another job that you can go and get paid 9 to 5, all this sort of thing, and guarantee some money coming back in. Sports are a career. You've got to make sacrifice. You've got to be at the front. You've got to be doing all sorts of things that other people are not.
Yeah.
And you need to be wanted. So for this feeder category, all of a sudden they want money from the top feeding down to them. It's like, well, no, you're not even at the top of that feeder category. And even if you're, let's say in MotoGP terms, I mean, 20th, 22nd, you're still paying for your ride.
Yeah.
Pretty much. I mean, I'm not sure of the exact situation at the moment, but generally riders and drivers have to bring money to teams to be able to compete a lot of the time, to have their opportunity. So, no, I don't think, these sort of categories and these people, they might want to make careers out of sports, but unless they're at the front, unfortunately, it's just not possible.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's those sort of things that are a bit frustrating that, people, what they believe they're worth and what they believe should happen.
And it's coming from, like, you just reached, like, it's coming from the peak of the mountain, when you're saying that. And it's like, I think that's probably the important point, is that, like, there's just very few people that have won 2 MotoGP World Championships, and in the era that you won those championships. And it's like, it's very rare air to breathe, and then you're explaining something from the top of the mountain to people that haven't got there yet.
I've also been at the bottom.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, is like, you're saying this from a point of, like, I was there, now I got here,
yeah,
this is how I did it, this is what you're getting wrong.
Yeah.
So I think that, yeah, I mean, it's definitely like a fair thing to say when it comes from personal experience,
And that's why, with when you get your chance and your opportunity, that's why you need to make your sacrifices, because there's a load of other people waiting in line to get that same opportunity. And if you're not going to take it with both hands, make your sacrifices and make the difference at the top, then why do you deserve it more than the person that's standing next in line?
Yeah.
So it's a tricky situation, but that's the way the sport world is.
Yeah, and
you can't just do it because you want to.
And reality doesn't care.
No.
That's just the reality of the situation.
But today's society believes everyone should have the opportunity, and everyone should get paid for being not necessarily mediocre, but the people who don't necessarily put in the work and expect everything back for them. So it's a tricky time at the moment, for sure.
Yeah. Well, appreciate you, mate. I've kept you for a long ass time.
No, it's been a good arvo.
No, it's been a good day.
It has.
6:30 to now. Cracker. I wonder if that no, it's probably closed now. I was going to say, we'll go get you 450 and make it even better.
Yeah, it's probably just open.
You reckon there's enough time?
Probably not. They haven't messaged me, so it's probably not there.
I'll get, if it's ready, I'll go get it. All right, Casey Stoner, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate it. And we'll tee it up next week, I reckon. Get there for that scratch round. I want to be there for that 72.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Might happen one day.
Hey, you're only a couple shots off it.
Yeah.
Just make sacrifices. Put in the work.
Exactly, put in the work. Once I get the body and I can practice, I'll be right.
Yeah, sounds good, mate.
Righto.
Cheers.
Thank you.
If you enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. And to listen to the full 3-hour podcast, search Gypsy Tales in your favorite podcast platform or click the link in the description below. Gypsy Gang.